No, that says it's 5. Good evening. The time is now 5 p.m. I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections. Personnel, under Texas Government Code, Chapter 551.074, to discuss staff recommendations, second job disclosures, and school marshal list. Under consultation with attorney, under Texas Government Code 551.071, if needed, and to discuss real property, if needed, under Texas Government Code, Chapter 551.072. The time is now 5:01 p.m. We will reconvene back into open session at 6 p.m. Now 6 p.m. We will reconvene into open session by beginning with the invocation led by Mr. Mike Moore.
Good evening, everyone. Would you please pray with me? Dear Lord, we are so thankful for the great start of this new school year. And Lord, we ask for guidance for all of the students, teachers, and staff as we begin this new year. Please be with us through this meeting. Give us wisdom as we make the right decisions for Granbury ISD. Open our minds and open our hearts that we do the best for this district. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you. And now we will go into our pledges, and we have Acton Elementary here to help us with that. Please stand and join us.
Good evening, board. My name is Haley Briggs, and I'm an assistant principal at Acton Elementary. It's my honor tonight to help introduce some very important students. These students are genuine leaders on our campus and have been a part of our AES family since kindergarten. They demonstrate responsibility, kindness, and perseverance, and they represent our school with pride every single day. Joining us tonight is third grader Piper Sandelin, and wave, fourth grader Aliana Zerbis, and fifth grader Gideon Richards. Toward the end of our campus spotlight, you will have the opportunity to hear from these students directly, but for now, they will lead us in the pledges.
Please stand and join us in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Oh, perfect. Sorry.
All right, good evening, board, Dr. Morosky, board of trustees. We're excited to be here tonight. We're the first campus spotlight, and so no pressure. We know every other campus is watching what we're doing, and so we hope that you enjoy our presentation tonight. Here with me are my two assistant principals, Haley Briggs on this side and Mallory Myers on this side. They help support all the things that we do at our school, and so we're excited to be here. Up on the screen, you can see how sweet it is at Acton Elementary, and that is our theme for this year. If you know elementary campuses, you know that every elementary campus loves a good theme. And so our theme drives a lot of the things that we do as a campus. And so that is our theme this year. So we're going to keep on going. Let's see if this works. So back in 2012, which is the year that I actually started at Acton Elementary, I'm starting year 14 there. Year 4 is campus principal. The principal at the time, Anna Rowe, and assistant principal, Carla Wimeth, we together as a campus created a mission and vision of reaching hearts, building character, growing learners, and embracing families. And oftentimes with organizations over the years, you adapt and you change the mission and vision of your school, but the truth is that this mission has carried us for 14 years, and it continues to carry us in all of the things that we do. And so at the heart of every decision that we make, everything that we do, these are our 4 guiding principles. We believe in reaching hearts. We believe in, we're going to talk about capturing kids' hearts tonight, but we believe that building relationships with our students, building relationships with our families, it's critical. It's critical to everything that we do, and it helps us make a difference in the lives of our kids. Building character, we do that in everything we do. It's not just a program. Capturing kids' hearts truly is a process, and so many of the things that we talk about tonight are about character building in our kids. Growing learners, I think oftentimes people think that the primary reason kids in our building is to learn, and of course it's one of the most important things, but it's not everything. We are so excited to share so many of the incredible accomplishments that we've had academically, but all of that, I will say, we believe is a result of the culture that we've built on our campus. And so I'm excited to share some of those things with you tonight too. Embracing families. If you were to ask our families what they love most about our school, I think it's that they feel like they're a part of it. And so that's just foundational to who we are, is embracing with our families. So our mission and vision for the last 14 years, Who knows as a new principal comes in down the road, but I can't imagine that changing. A little bit about who we are as a campus. Current enrollment, and I didn't get a number today, but we're hovering around 850, up about 20 students from where we were last year. Economically disadvantaged population, at the end of the year, we were at 43.5. I anticipate that number being similar this year. Percentage of special education population is 17.4%. This number is up from where we were about 5 years ago, and we're going to talk about that in a bit when we talk about just the culture of inclusion that we have fostered on our campus. And then number of teachers and staff, we have 81 staff members. If I had an hour and a half, I would go through every headshot of every staff member because they truly are the heartbeat of our campus, and they are the magic makers. If you ask our students what they love most about coming to school, it's their teacher. They're just wonderful. And so everything we talk about tonight wouldn't be possible without their support and just their commitment to our school. What I love most about Acton Elementary, and I was a student in Acton Elementary myself, going kindergarten through third grade, is just the rich tradition. So many of the things that we do on our campus have been done for generations. When you hear families come in and meet the teacher, you hear parents, sometimes even grandparents say to their student, "Oh my gosh, this is where I went to, I was in this pit. I can't believe the pit's still here." We hear that all the time. But it's because there are so many families that had such an incredible experience, not only in our school district, but also in our school, that they want their children to have that same experience. And so that is an honor for us that we get to continue to serve families as they come in. And then a neighborhood school. Despite being the largest elementary school in the district, which we are, it still feels like a family. And when you walk through our halls, despite them being sometimes feeling crowded, the truth is that it feels like a big family. And so that is something that we are super proud of. Next up, Ms. Meyer is going to talk about capturing kids' hearts.
Thank you. Okay, so at Acton Elementary, we are a proud Capturing Kids' Hearts campus. We are excited, along with the other elementaries in our district. We earned CKH Rising Star Campus, and that is a recognition earned for first-year implementation schools. And so we were excited to get that, and we are looking forward to possibly earning the National Showcase School as well. The Capturing Kids' Heart Excel model is more than a program for us. It is embedded into our daily practices. It guides how we build relationships, support students, and create a culture where every child feels valued. So many of these things we were already implementing and doing at our campus. You'll notice the bottom two pictures. The one in the middle is one of our students. We did a good news call of the week every week from our positive office referrals, and we love to shout out our amazing staff and teachers as well. And a lot of those come straight from parents. So this year, our staff started the year, and they created a social contract, and then they created social contracts with their classroom. In the bottom left picture, you'll see is the social contract is what we follow, how we're going to treat each other, how we're going to treat others, and the respect that we want from others. And so in a lot of our common areas, we take those social contracts that they made in their classroom, we make them into a quilt and put them in our common areas. And so when you walk into a room, you will be greeted by an ambassador for Capturing Kids' Hearts, and they'll ask you about the social contract, see if you want to sign it, and if you agree to those things in the classroom. Our counselor, Ms. Jernigan, is a phenomenal resource to our students and to our families. In our weekly Pirate Press that we send out, she shares information about CKH and community resources, and then we also highlight her on social media, just sharing with our families about Capturing Kids' Hearts, but also resources that they may need through the community. So our focus for this year is student leadership. We are committed to expanding opportunities for our students to use their voice, serve others, and grow as leaders. We're kind of doing a little revamp for our student council, our ambassadors program, and just giving them more opportunities for leadership roles. We are doing a training once a month with our Capturing Kids' Hearts ambassadors, just training them on how to be leaders, how to step up, how to set a good example for others. In that, let's see here. Okay, we believe in leadership and character go hand in hand by grounding both in the principles of Capturing Kids' Hearts. We are shaping a school environment where every student can thrive. And so we believe that the goals we have in place and things that we started before Capturing Kids' Hearts will help guide us in that direction. Okay, so the next one is a culture of inclusion, and Ms. Walton kind of spoke to this earlier about our special education population growing. But at Acton, we are deeply committed to building a culture of inclusion where every student and every family feels valued. On our campus, we have 3 structured learning classrooms and 1 SLS classroom. And we take pride in creating spaces and opportunities that meet the diverse needs of our learners. So one example of that is for Meet the Teacher, y'all know, with 850 families in the fun parking that we experience at Acton Elementary. It's a little overwhelming when you have that many families and students coming in, so we offer a Meet the Teacher earlier during the day, just a little bit less chaotic. Students get to tour the campus, get familiar with the location, and meet some of their friends from class. And so also our students play a key role in building this inclusive culture. Each month, our 5th graders look forward to Partner PE, where they build friendships and connections with our SLC students. They get to go in with our PE teachers and our specials team and make those partnerships and build friendships with our SLC students. And then even at the beginning of the year, we had a 4th grader saying, "Is he still here? Will I get to see him? I can't wait to play with him again." So we love that. And beyond our campus, we expand opportunities through community partnerships. We participate in the Cast for Kids, which provides meaningful experiences for our students and families. We partner with the Brazos River Authority. You'll see at the top picture, it's one of our favorite events, and I know that we've seen a bunch of y'all there. Our SLC students and their families get to go out on Lake Granbury. They have their own life jacket. They get to ride on boats, go fishing. It's one of the greatest experiences. Even getting them outside of the classroom, seeing that joy in their face, it's one of our favorite things that we do. We get to partner with the YMCA for monthly field trips. That bottom right picture is the swimming. One of our events towards the end of the year is swimming, so they all get to go splashing around in the pool. They have the best time. We partner with Stonewater several times throughout the year, but one of our favorite things, we do a respite night for our SLC classrooms, and so sometimes families that have special needs, it is very hard to get childcare or even a night out. And so we allow families to drop off their students after school. Our staff volunteers their time. We have stations set up. We have dinner, a lot of activities for them. Their siblings get to come as well, no matter what age they are. I think the past couple years, we've even had a little 2-year-old running around with us. And Stonewater gives gift cards to the family so that they can go out, enjoy dinner, a night away from the kids, just to have some time to themselves, because we know that's hard for them. In addition, we highlight Inclusive Schools Week, Spread the Word Day across our campus, and announcements helping all students understand the importance of kindness, belonging, and acceptance. We are also a Purple Star campus, and our amazing librarian does a phenomenal job facilitating this. She hosts an annual luncheon for our military-connected families. She works with our ambassadors to help greet them, tour them around, just make that transition very easy for them. So at Acton Elementary, inclusion is not just a program, it's a core part of our identity. So Ms. Briggs, or back to Ms. Walton.
Sorry, back to me.
Sorry, back to you.
So I'm just going to talk a little bit about how we continue to grow and develop as not just as leaders, but also with our staff. Obviously, having a heart of continuous growth and improvement starts at the top, and we feel like we model that for our staff really well. Instructional rounds is a huge piece of that. Our leadership team attended a session at TEPSA a couple of years ago on instructional rounds, which really at the heart of it is learning from each other. We believe that the best professional development happens within the 4 walls of our school building. And so sending a teacher down the hallway to see what another teacher is doing is incredibly impactful, but that takes a culture to support that. And so about 3 years ago, we rolled out instructional rounds. It has been just phenomenal. We've seen phenomenal gains. And when we talk about academic achievement in a second, we attribute so much of that to just the growth and practice in our classrooms. Our instructional specialists, of course, support our staff in incredible ways. This is the way we use our title funds and the way that most of our elementary campuses use title funds. They are an incredible support. Our mentoring program, which this year we've rolled out a district-wide mentoring program that's uniform across the district. We're excited about continuing to develop our new teachers in that way. And really, this past year, we've, as the leadership team, had the opportunity to lead a lot outside of our school district, which has been an incredible honor, but also an incredible growth opportunity for us. And so this last summer at the TEPSA Summer Conference, we got to lead 2 separate sessions, one on cultivating a strong school culture and the other on delivering targeted PD to our staff. We know that really providing professional development to 85 staff members is challenging. They all have different needs, and so we got to share a lot of the things that we've done on our campus, and that was an exciting experience. Also, we've gotten to share at 2 separate roundtable events, one in Hood County at the Counselor Roundtable, and then we were asked to speak in a couple of weeks in Wise County. And so we're just excited to get to share the amazing things that we're doing on our campus. We learn so much from other campuses and other school districts. It's exciting that we get to share those things with others too. Next up, that big A on the screen, we're excited to share about our rating this year. Obviously, we felt like we were headed in this direction, but you never know until you get the numbers in. And so we were thrilled over the summer to find out that we were an A campus. Like I said, we attribute this to a lot of things. When you look up at the screen, you can see kind of how the breakdown goes for reading, math, and science. What I want to hone in on specifically is the closing the gap, the change over time. That is, for those that are, because it's accountability is confusing. Closing the gap is the percentage gap between different student populations. So you look at how all students perform compared to how your Hispanic students perform. You look at how all students perform compared to how your special education students perform, how all students perform against even your economically disadvantaged students. To see those gains from 2022 at 78 to a 92 in 2024-25, like we attribute so much of our rating to that, and that is intentional interventions, responsive interventions, so finding out what students, what they didn't understand and how to meet those gaps quickly. We attribute all of that to that. And so we're very proud of that. We have huge goals for this next school year. A lot of it is in that school progress area, which you can see is the area that we're the lowest in. But overall, we're thrilled about having a 91 and being an A campus this year. Up on the right-hand corner, you can see the 2 distinctions that we earn. One in science, which our science teachers in 5th grade just blew it out of the water. They did amazing. And then also we were in the top 25% of schools for closing the gap. So that's a huge area that we're proud of and we were excited to celebrate. Yes. All right, Ms. Haley Briggs.
Okay, so engaged and connected families. At Acton Elementary, one of our top priorities is making sure that families feel connected and informed and involved. And so we do that through multiple different methods. The first one being the Pirate Press, and this is our weekly newsletter that Ms. Walton sends out every Friday, just celebrating things that had happened during the week, maybe important details coming up in the following week, or even just events that are needing to be put on parent schedules. And so we really communicate a lot through that. We have a strong social media presence. In our opinion, we feel like every school has a story, and if we don't tell it, somebody else is going to. And so we try through social media to really just convey the heart of our campus and the heart of our teachers and the values that we put in place for our campus. And so we hope that that's the message that people are getting through our social media presence, because that's really what it's intended for. And it's such a quick and easy way to engage with families as well. Every grading period, we have family huddles where the entire school, all 850 kids, come down to the pit at one time. And it, you can see in that top picture, truly is, it's magical. The first time I saw it, I was like, how are we going to make this happen? And they pile in and they get to just have community with each other, which very rarely happens as an entire campus. And so using that as an opportunity to celebrate students, maybe see a program that another grade level has prepared, academic awards, you name it, that is just a special moment for our campus and really helps us engage with students and their families. Like Ms. Meyer said, we are a Purple Star campus, and so we try our best to stay engaged with our military-connected families. And then throughout the summer, we try to stay engaged with students and their families. We've planned multiple summer events where we'll meet, one example, Day Cordova pickleball courts, and we sent out a message, and students came over the summer and just helped us stay connected with them while we were away from school. Throughout the year, you'll see multiple pictures up there of different family events that we have. These are our pride and joy because you get to see, like Ms. Walton was saying, families truly appreciate the inside view of what we do on campus. And so we feel like if you were to take a poll of our families, they would say that one of their favorite things about Acton Elementary is just getting to have those opportunities to connect on campus with our teachers and with our students, and really just creating that family-like atmosphere. We every year do family conferences, parent conferences, face-to-face. Of course, we're communicating daily on Dojo and Remind and phone calls, but we just feel like face-to-face conferences are important. They really help us form that partnership with parents and make us both aware that we're on the same side for their child and just wanting success for him or her in the classroom. We do family surveys frequently and try to implement all of the feedback that we get back from families. That's really important to us because they can see a different view than we often can just within the walls of our school. And then lastly, our PTO is just incredible, and they partner with us on all of these family events and service projects and really help us make things possible that sometimes we don't even know how we're going to accomplish it. And so we just truly could not thank them enough for their partnership. Community service and engagement. Obviously, connecting with our community is very important to us. We try to leverage our community partnerships as often as possible. And so frequently, different local businesses or even families at our school will bring in treats for teachers just to try to help us maintain a positive culture on campus. Another example, we had a family over the summer who has a local landscaping business, and they provided all the funds and did all the work to give us a complete facelift of our front drive. And so we have brand new landscaping thanks to them. And the same family last year actually donated to allow us to open up the Susan Moore Memorial Garden. And so that was just a few examples of how we've leveraged those community partnerships, but also provided us an opportunity to then partner with Granbury Chamber of Commerce and host a ribbon cutting ceremony in Susan's honor. And so just a couple examples of how truly impactful community partnerships have been on our campus and for our students. We also try to foster a love for service in our students' hearts. You'll see up there several student-led service projects. Student Council really upped their game last year and did a number of campus-wide service projects and community-wide service projects. So a few examples, they did a blanket drive in partnership with the Triple Cross Cowboy Church and collected over 100 blankets to donate to their drive that they then put out in the community to families in need over the holidays. They did a birthday blessing box fundraiser where they basically created a birthday party in a kit and donated that to the United Way to be distributed to families who might not have the privilege of having a birthday party every year. And so seeing them make that connection of, oh my goodness, this is not something that everybody experiences, and then understand the importance of giving back has been one of my favorite memories of any role, really. We also do a lot of school-wide fundraising. So one example up in the top right corner is the Bo Bear Foundation. This is a Granbury-based nonprofit who supports families who are experiencing the loss of a sudden loss of a child. And so through our penny war annually, we have raised over $5,000 each year, and then have seen firsthand how that nonprofit has impacted not only our campus but our community as well. And so just partnering with that throughout the community service aspect has been a huge push the last few years, and again, a push that we're going to make in our student leadership organizations moving forward. And then lastly, just another example of engaging with the community is hosting campus-wide tours, and so posting and seeing, hey, is anybody interested in coming to our campus and walking our halls and seeing what our teachers and our students are doing day in and day out has made an incredible impact of just giving perspective to what the school day actually looks like. And so we're going to continue partnering with our community in those ways.
And I will add to that our last campus tour, a teacher from Keller ISD who follows us on social media took a day off, came to the tour, and we hired her this year. And she's a rock star teacher who just saw us on social media and came for a tour. So they do work. Even for recruitment, they work. Okay, so we talked a lot. We know who really matters, whose opinions really matter are our students. So we're going to invite our students up here, Ms. Piper, Aliana, and Gideon. They're going to share very briefly just what they love about our school.
I love Acton Elementary because it is the best school ever. The food is really yummy, and I like getting to eat lunch with my friends. I love Miller's Club because I get to run with my friends and special teachers. It makes me feel fast and strong. Learning is fun too. It is not boring at all. And we get to do cool things every day. My school feels like Disneyland because it is happy, exciting, and I never know what fun thing is going to happen next.
Hi, my name's Aliana Zerbez, and I'm in 4th grade at Acton Elementary.
I'm honored to be here this evening and have the opportunity to speak to you about how great Acton Elementary School is. Honestly, I love everything about Acton, but here's my top 5 favorites. The teachers are so supportive, kind, and always willing to help with any questions I have about schoolwork. I love how fun school is and how everyone encourages you to follow your dreams and your journey wherever life takes you. Acton Elementary isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And that feeling is safe, happy, welcoming, and really fun. There are never dull moments because all the activities are specials, and of course recess. Acton Elementary has everything you could ask for, like extended day. I can stay after school, be creative, and finish homework and play with my friends. In closing, there's many other things about Acton Elementary. An amazing place to be a kid. 5 reasons are just the beginning, but I know that you guys don't have all night to hear every single one. Many blessings to y'all, and thank you for so much for your time.
I love being at Acton Elementary because there is always something fun to do. My favorite is milers because I get to run with my friends and see how many laps I can do. Math is awesome too because I like figuring out problems and feeling proud when I get the answers right. The teachers here are the best because they actually make learning fun and they help me when I don't get something. I also really like AR because it's cool to take tests and see my points go up. That's why I love Acton Elementary. It's fun, challenging, and the best school ever.
Great job, boys and girls. Great job. All right. Thank y'all so much for your partnership and supporting our students. And if y'all have any questions, we're more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for sharing all the wonderful, amazing things happening at your campus. My kids go there. I went there when I was a kid. It really, truly is a special place, but it's the people in the building that make it special. So thank you so much. You're welcome. And if we have any family in the audience, if you would please stand and be recognized. Okay, next up, we have our public hearing on the budget and tax rates. Mr. Emmett Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. That's going to be a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. You do have in front of you this packet right here. This does have some things in it. There are packets in the back for people out in the audience if they want to look at that as well. In your packet, you will have the calendar that we've been going by for this year. Then the page right after that will be what I call the budget worksheet, so you can see what different departments and campuses are doing. And then you will have where our revenues are coming from, how our budget is broken down by functions, and then by objects. And then you'll have a copy of the debt service budget that we're going to be presenting, the child nutrition budget that we'll be presenting, and then you will have a budget summary that we were required to post by the state. And then the next page will be what we posted in the paper as a notice of our public meeting. And then our tax rate calculation worksheet will be the last thing in that booklet. And like I said, there are copies in the back for the people in the audience so that they can take a look at this as well so they can see what you're seeing. First, we'll talk about our revenues and where they're coming from. You can see that our budget that I'm presenting to you is a $98.120 million budget. That's a little different from what I presented to you in July. The July budget was $96.8 million. You can attribute that to the increased tax base in Granbury and Hood County, and to the allotments that we were presented by the state legislature that were added in as well. Now, these will be on certified values, so they're a little bit different than what we presented in July. So our budget is $98.1 million. And you can see down through there that we have all the 5700s are going to be our local budgets, and then our 5800s will be our state budgets, and then the 5900s will be our federal budgets that are included in our maintenance and operations. The next page in there will be the budget for expenditures broken down by function. You can see that our instruction is 61% of our budget net of recapture, because we like to calculate it that way, because that recapture money is going to other school districts and not necessarily ours. The next highest one would be your function 51, which is our plant maintenance, which does include our utilities. And everybody knows that utilities are going up. So you can see that is the second largest part of our budget, but it is only 10.7 compared to the 61 net of recapture for that particular budget. The next chart that you're going to look at will be the salary broken down by our object codes, which means salaries, contracted services, supplies, other operating and debt services, and then our capital outlay. If you look at the 25-26 budget for our salaries, it's at $80,462,000. That is 85.4% of our budget net of recapture. So the majority of our budget is salaries. We are the largest employer in Hood County with 1,200 plus employees. So to kind of recap what we just talked about in the general operating, and then we can talk about the general operating budget if you want to at that point. Based on certified values, it is a $98.1 million budget in revenues. It is a balanced budget, with the expenditures being $98.1 million. And it is an increase from last year's proposed budget, an amount of $4.2 million. This budget.
I think, can we catch up the slideshow with what you're talking about?
I apologize.
It's okay. We just want to make sure that they're able to see what you're talking about.
I apologize, and we didn't take this part out, but here's where we are right now. Revenues are $98.1 million. The expenditures are also $98.1 million, and that will be a balanced budget. Again, that is increased from last year's proposed budget that we adopted of $4.2 million. This budget does include the state legislature's Texas retention allotment, which is $2.215 million, and it does include the support staff required amount of $281,000. However, with our auxiliary and para increases, it was actually a $754,000 increase for those salaries. It also includes the basic allotment increases. These are the increases that the state gave us for utilities and for fuel. And now, the project, we'll go through the fund balance and then we can ask questions about general operating. This will create a fund balance of $43 million. Now, if you'll remember, that will include the $16.872 million that was the reverse frozen levy settle up. That we'll talk later in the meeting that we're going to put that in a committed fund balance, knowing that that money is going to eventually go back to the state. But right now, it is in an investment that is gaining interest. So it created a $43 million fund balance, but net of the $16.872, that's about 27% of our operating budget. And you know, we've talked in the past that fund balance is not a one-size-fits-all for districts, okay? They decided that about 25 to 30% is considered a healthy fund balance. Board policy requires us to be at 20%. So between 25 and 30% is considered healthy. That would put us at 27%. Now, having said that, when we commit the $16.872 million later on in the meeting, there's also a commitment of $1.2 and then another $1 million for vehicles and HVAC utilities. When we do that, it will put our net fund balance for our unrestricted fund balance at about 24%. So it gets us closer down to where we should be at our 20%, because we know those are going to be used for particular things, and we'll do that as well. Now, that is the end of the general operating. If you have any questions about that particular budget, we can do that right now, or we can wait till the end.
Any questions? What do we think right now our recapture is going to be?
Right now, if you go back to the function level, which was the second get past this. It's going to be function 91.
Okay?
Under function 91, last year, or this budget cycle, we were about 3.7, which is actually a little less, and that's about 3.3 when we settled up with the state. Next year, we're projecting $3.8 million to be recapture under function 91.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions about general operating? Okay. Debt service. This is what we use to service our debt that is out there from past years. The budget that is being presented to you is at 14.5 cents, and that will include a defeasance. You can see here on this budget worksheet here that our taxes that we'll bring in are $13.7 million. Prior year, $75,000, penalties and interest, $75,000, and interest income on those funds would be about $400,000 for the year. And then we are scheduled for a $515,000 hold harmless from the state. You can see the expenditures under there are our bond principal, our interest, and our other debt fees, and then, of course, our payment to Cleburne ISD at $14,825, which creates a deficit budget of $525, which is not necessarily a bad thing because we will be defeasing $1.65 million. So at the 14.5 cents that we're proposing tonight, we will be able to defease $10.165 million of our Series 2020A. That will save taxpayers approximately $1.756 million in interest payments over the life of that bond.
And when you say defease, can you explain what that means?
Defease is prepayment.
So we're paying it early.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next slides you're going to see, these are what BOK presents us with when they talk about the defeasement or the prepayment of this bond. It is for our 2020A, and it includes the $10.165 you can see at the bottom of the par amount there. That is the $10.165 million that we're going to prepay. And then the next page in your slide set will show that saves the district taxpayers $1.755999.95. So the 1.756 interest in payments over the years. And then our favorite little slide that we like to show from 2005, we've prepaid or refinanced $178 million in bonds, saving the district taxpayers, if we include this one tonight, saving district taxpayers since 2005, $31.2 million in interest payments.
Wow.
That's your debt service budget. If there are any questions about that, I'll be glad to address those.
Hey, so for what do we pay Cleburne ISD?
Cleburne is, the back road in Pecan is actually Cleburne ISD. Those students come here because Cleburne will not send a bus into Pecan to pick those kids up. So when they pass their bonds over there, we're responsible for that portion. And it's just, it's about, what I say, it's I don't want to guess it, I'm going to tell you the number. $21,600 is what we pay them. And that's about what it is annually, and that includes principal and interest.
But we collect property tax from those homes, and then we have to pay it out to them.
We collect the ADA from those students.
I see, yeah, thank you. That's a better way to say it.
Yes. Any other questions about debt service? The next budget that we'll discuss will be child nutrition. It will be a balanced budget at about $5 million, just slightly over $5 million. You can see there that most of the funds come from our federal programs, because it is a federal program that they are fed under. And then you can look down under expenditures with the 6,300s. That's where all the food is, so that's going to be their major expense there, other than their salaries, which is $1.9 million. Again, it is a balanced budget at just over $5 million. The revenue is projected to increase this year from last year, and so are the expenditures. And we'll have a projected fund balance of about $1.6 million in that account at August 31st, 2026. That'll have the program sitting at about 32.22% of their operating revenues. And just recently, TDA has bumped theirs to a 6 month, so we're below the 50% level on that. So that should keep us healthy there. Are there any questions about child nutrition that I can answer? Okay, we'll move into tax rates. I'll put everything up on the board here. current tax rate is at the 93.19. The tax rate that will be presented to you tonight will be 92.96 cents. That is a maximum compressed tax rate, which is what TEA sets as our projected tax rate due to the compression from House Bill 3 and the last not the last legislative session, but the session before. It will put us at 61.46, and then we will add our 17 cents of enrichment pennies that we had 5 golden pennies, 3 golden pennies, and then 9 copper pennies that the taxpayers voted on in November of 2023 to allow us to add those 17 cents to our maximum compressed tax rate. Even with that tax rate, based on with the homestead exemptions, based on our projections, the average taxpayer in Hood County or in Granbury ISD will have a $351 savings on their school taxes this year compared to last year. And that is on the average home. Some will be more, some will be less. So the tax rate we will be presenting will be 92.96. That will include the 61.46, the 17 cents, and then the 14.5 cents for the debt service rate. Are there any questions about the tax rate that I can answer?
Yes, I've heard a lot of talk about this no new revenue tax rate. And I notice on here, our tax rate versus the no new revenue tax rate, it's only a difference of 0.009 cents.
That is correct.
Okay.
That includes the defeasance, yes, ma'am.
And that's with us paying our bonds early.
That is correct, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, the prepayment is in that
Prepayment,
calculation.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Thank you.
Defeasance is the legal word.
Defeasance. I like to use normal language, and
Yes,
not
ma'am.
everybody uses the school words, and it
Yes,
can
ma'am.
get confusing, so I appreciate that.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I also appreciate your fiscal conservatism and stewardship, and I appreciate the use of the committed fund balance to bring another level of transparency to help show our community what we're planning for and how we're allocating those funds to plan ahead to purchase things like ACs and buses.
Yes, ma'am. That is the end of my slideshow, unless you have some other questions, and I'll be glad to answer any of them that I can.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to move into closing the public hearing on our budget and tax rate. And now we're going to move into our achievement spotlight. First, we have our community donations. And Mrs. Karen Lowry, will you present those for us?
Yes, ma'am. Community donations from State Farm, Angela Parker, to the Oakwoods Campus Activity Fund to fund teacher appreciation needs, $4,500. From HEB, Pat Wilson, to the GMS Campus Activity Fund for Teacher Luncheon, $100. Donation from Brookshire's, Matt Owens, to the GMS Campus Activity Fund for Staff Luncheons, $50. Kroger, Hillary Baker, to the GMS Campus Activity Fund for Staff Lunches, $316.56. Donation from Bass Roofing, Keith Keller, to the GMS Campus Activity Fund for Staff Lunches, $269.11. Donations from Stonewater Church Serve Our Schools Initiative to the GMS Campus Activity Fund for Family Night at the Brazos Drive-In, $500. Donation from Russell Feed and Supply to the GHS FFA Student Activity Account for T-shirt sponsorship, $3,000. Donation from the GHS Volleyball Booster Club to the GHS Volleyball Campus Activity Fund to supplement travel, $329.28. Donation from the Pirate Touchdown Club to the GISD Athletic Department Campus Activity Account to help fund Fieldhouse shower renovation, $931.14. From A1 Donuts to the GHS Junior Optimist Student Activity Fund for Swim Safety Project, $800. Donation from Schottenkirk Hyundai to the GHS Junior Optimist Student Club Fund for Scholarship for Summit, $500. And donations to staff T-shirts from Schottenkirk, $11,411. For total donations to the community, $22,706.09.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. And thank you to all the different organizations in our community that continuously support our school district, whether through volunteering their time or donating funds. Like we just recognized tonight, we are truly appreciative of it. We couldn't do it without your partnership, so thank you. Okay, moving on. After our community donations, we have a Be an Angel SPED grant presentation by Sandy Samarini and Wayne Cooper.
Y'all come on up here. Stand beside me. Madam President and the school board, thank you for letting me be here tonight. And my name is Wayne Cooper. I'm a physical therapist for the Granbury School District. And after 28 years, I think this is my second school board meeting to be at. I don't know if that's good or bad, but so do appreciate all of y'all and all that you do. And while I have your attention, just a little plug how much I love working here at Granbury and working with our special ed kids. And I just get to play with kids all day. So what a blessing that is. But it is an honor to be here tonight. And tonight, I want to give a big special thank you to an organization called Be an Angel. It's up on your screen. And introduce you to, this is Denise Kaufman, and this is Brandy Guyden. They are with Be an Angel, an organization in North Texas that helps families and children with special needs get equipment that they can use within their home, their environments, to be as independent as they can. And there's a long story, and it includes Sandy Samarini, our OT, and then of course Shelley, our special ed director, and filling out a grant to be able to get some equipment that we need. And I know Sandy and Denise got together and they were just talking about different things, and then Sandy said, hey, what about the school? Can y'all help us with that? And so then I became involved and Sandy said, Wayne, what equipment do we need, or is there needs? And I said, we really need some more activities, some more seating, chairs, and equipment for our classrooms, and we need a couple more walkers. They're called gait trainers for our kids with multiple disabilities who are learning how to walk and be independent and get out of the wheelchair, being more independent in the classroom. And so this equipment is very expensive. And so with their help and through a grant application process, we were able to see close to $70,000 worth of equipment this year, and we got it over the summer. And as you see in the pictures, we have 3 of our kids. 2 are in their walkers. That's Braden. He's kind of the bottom left with the blue shirt. And then Bladen, and then Braden next to him. He's at the high school. He's a senior this year. And I tell you what, I told him he was getting a new walker, and he has flipped out. And he has been so excited about getting his new walker. And the first day of school, he's like, are we walking today? I said, well, we're going to get in it, we're going to get fitted in it, and maybe we'll walk. And sure enough, we went all the way through the cafeteria and had a great time. And so, but what's really been helpful is our seating chairs. Up in the left-hand corner, you'll see that's a Riften activity chair. That one is an older one. That's not even the oldest one. I inherited some when I came here, and I love Riften equipment. I love Riften equipment, and there's a lot of equipment vendors, but I'm not a Riften salesman, but I love their equipment because, again, I've been here a long time, and we still use that equipment that I inherited when I got here. And so you'll see, the wooden chair is actually not a Riften chair, but that's something that we were using last year for a student, actually for Anthony. He's in the orange shirt in the bottom corner, and he's in his new Riften activity chair. And so a lot of advancement since the summer with those chairs. We were able to receive 7 chairs, and they're about $7,000 a piece. And so when you include all the laterals and all the supports that come with that chair, those activity chairs, they're able to go up and down. They're able to tilt back, tilt forward. So they help with transfers, they help with positioning, they help with seating. So you see Braden in the right-hand corner. He's playing Uno. That's his favorite thing. He loves to beat Mr. Tom every day. And but it allows us to get out of his wheelchair, to go straight up. If you can see in the picture, he is straight up next to that desk. And we are able to go up and down. We don't have to come in and carry desk like I've had for years and adjust the desk for their wheelchairs or whatever chair we have. We can go up and down at any desk table, and they can be right up there with their peers, doing their schoolwork, playing their games, and they're just like everybody else. And that's what we're all about. I know we've already talked about that, and it's Acton Elementary even. And so I'm very excited to receive this. So y'all welcome me, and let's give a big thanks to Be an Angel and for all they've done. And so, anyway, is it okay? I think Denise would like to say a few words. That'd be okay? That'd be good.
We were glad to be able to help. It's just the two of us in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and that means from Tyler to Wichita Falls to Stephenville. We try to hit all the districts, meet with a therapist, Cook's Children's meet with therapists, because those people are working with kids we can help every day. The fun side thing we get to do is help schools along the way too. But if you know special needs kids, please share our organization with them. We provide equipment to individual families and children, hearing aids, hearing devices, family camps 4 times a year. We pay for 12 hours of in-home respite care per month. Mom and dad can get a date night, spend time with the other siblings, whatever they want to do. The wait list right now with the state for respite care is 10 years long. So for mom and dad to just get any time for themselves is important to us. We have a Christmas program that Granbury ISD could be part of next year, because we've already decided for this year the districts that are involved. We do a lot. We like to call ourselves the best kept secret in Texas, but we're trying to change that. And I do want to mention, I have friends here from the Hood County Stampede. We are their beneficiary this year. So on the development side, if you would like to support us by supporting them, they have a gala coming up in October that you could be part of here in the community. Other than that, share our website with the families that you know. We don't have a waiting list for any of those services. And if you need more school equipment, we've already told him that just let us know what he needs. We were blessed with a big grant that we get for the next 2 years that strictly has to be spent on school equipment or children's services. So we want to get all of that spent. We don't want to send anything back to the state.
Absolutely.
I'm off to talk into it.
Hold it up just a little bit. Hold it up? Yeah, just a little bit.
Which committee? I don't know. It doesn't say who. It doesn't say what committee, so I don't know. Thank y'all so much. Okay, moving on. There is no board committee update, so we're skipping that and going right into the superintendent's report.
Yes, thank you so much. It's great to be here after the first days of school, and so we had an excellent start and very excited about the year already. I wanted to give an enrollment update just in case those of you that are listening would like to know. Last Friday, our enrollment was 7,865 students, which is right in line with our enrollment last year, so we will watch that number as we usually do each week. Also, we've got some transportation information that's coming out for elementary parents about a new bus system that we'll be implementing soon. And so we're going to start after Labor Day, some trial and doing some, scanning on and off with an ID, and then parents will get more information about how that will be useful to you as a parent soon in the next few weeks. So you'll get information by email, I believe on Wednesday about that. So be on the lookout for that. Also, our cell phone policy is going really well. So it has created a lot of wonderful consequences, like a lot of talking and playing and engagement with our kids, and they're just doing a great job, and we're so proud of them, and we want to thank our community and our families for really reinforcing that at home, because we couldn't do it without you, so thank you. Also, I want to highlight that we did get our preliminary first ratings. So for 10 years in a row, we've had straight A's, and I'll tell you what the first rating is in a minute. And this is our third year to have a perfect score of 100. So first is our Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, and it's through the Texas Education Agency, and it's a system that evaluates the financial management practices of Texas public school districts and charter schools. So we're very proud of that score. And for the third year to have preliminary results back, to have a 100 score is pretty amazing. Also, I'm always thankful to the board. You'll hear tonight a little bit about our scores in our data, and although there's always room to grow, we are definitely on the move up, and we couldn't do it without a supportive board, so I'm always grateful when we start talking about data and monitoring and making decisions, and we appreciate your support. And going forward, each month we'll update our community and our board about how we're doing on the strategic plan, and so you'll see different priorities each month in front of you so that you'll be updated on how we're going forward with those results. And lastly, we're about to move into public comment, and we value our public comments and grateful to have those at the beginning of our meeting. But there's a new Texas law from Senate Bill 12 that prioritizes our district parent comments. So when we have our public comments, we're going to ask our parents to be prioritized first, because that's what the state has asked us to do, and we agree, we want to hear from them. So as we go through our public comments, you'll hear our parents first, and that moves us into our next section. I do have the public comment list.
Okay, next up is public comments, and as Dr. Morosky said, we are starting with parents in our district. First up is Amy Forrest, speaking on item 12J for out-of-state travel for the band.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and the members of the audience. I'd like to take a moment to speak about why the pride of Granbury High School and the Acton Middle School Band should be allowed to travel to perform out of state. This isn't just about music. It's about education, growth, and an opportunity that may never come again. First, the educational value is tremendous. Music is not only an art, it is a discipline that teaches teamwork, perseverance, and excellence. When our students perform outside of their own community, they are challenged to rise to a higher standard. They learn from exposure in different cultures, audiences, and in some cases, they get to hear from world-class musicians that they might not otherwise meet. This kind of hands-on experience simply cannot be replicated in a classroom. Second, this particular invitation is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Being selected over hundreds of bands that did apply is an honor that acknowledges the hard work that the kids do and the directors and all of the parents that have ever supported a band member. If you don't believe me, or if you don't know, the kids work really hard. And if you want to see how hard they're working, go at 7 a.m. to the grid. You'll see them there marching. For our students, this is the moment where they can showcase their talent in a bigger stage and bring pride to our school and to our community. Finally, the life lessons are just as important as music. Traveling together teaches responsibility, unity, independence, and respect. Students return with memories and confidence that will stay with them long after high school. They gain a sense of belonging to something greater than themselves, and that experience can inspire them for years to come. So, I ask you to consider not only let these kids participate in the All for Music concert, but also finding ways to support them, whether it be investing financially for their trip or just cheering them on publicly. This program has had a few setbacks. I think all programs have. These kids are now making something positive that we should be proud of. By allowing these kids to perform in the All for the Music for All, we are opening doors for them, doors of education, personal growth, and pride that represents not only the Granbury ISD school district, but also our entire community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Kylie Hay speaking on item 13B, policy FD, and Acton Elementary.
Hi, thank you all very much. I will be very brief because I am thankful for this platform to get to come speak and to say hi to everybody. I really just want to, I got a chance to be a part of the UIL homeschooling committee with several of you, and I just want to express my sincere gratitude for that. I feel like getting a platform to speak and to hear and to be a part of that was something I had never been a part of, and I'm just very appreciative for that. There were 3 board members in attendance, and I just appreciate your willingness to hear and use these insights to inform your decisions on the vote tonight. I don't know how it's going to go, but I appreciate being a part of that. And since Acton Elementary was a line item tonight, I just cannot leave here and not express just the amazing school that is. You heard from these precious people. They should be the ones up here speaking right now. But my kids are a part of it too, and it's just the best school. Thank you to the leadership of that school. You feel respected. You feel a part of it when you walk through those doors, and I just wanted to plug that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time to volunteer. Okay, next up, we have Stuart Neal speaking on item 13B, the UIL policy.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Morosky, honorable members of the board. I'm a dad of 2 that are both in the high school band. Thank you, Miss Amy, for what you do for the band. And on behalf of all the parents, especially myself, I want to thank you for this opportunity to address the board. Specifically, I want to talk to you briefly about item 13B, more specifically proposed policy revision 2. I applaud the board for the idea of wanting to create the committee to further study the homeschool inclusion into our UIL activities. My children are both involved in UIL, and when I was reviewing the agenda, I just kind of had a couple of questions that I hope that I can pose to the board for your discussion and further consideration. The first one being, while I applaud the idea of creating a committee to further study the issue, I do question why we would create the pilot program tonight as opposed to studying the issue first, getting the answers to all of our questions, and then maybe revisiting the issue at a later date. Which leads to my second question, which is, do we know what other districts in the area are doing? Earlier this morning, I actually reviewed the education code, and the specific section in the education code says that if we implement this policy and create allow the homeschool children to participate, other surrounding districts that do not implement that policy, we have to accept their children as well. And the law specifically says the district that is closest to their geographical house. So if we don't know what other districts are doing, I wonder if we could be opening ourselves up to taking children from such districts as Toller, Lipan, Glen Rose, Aledo, who touches us in the north, and even Cleburne, who touches us out by Pecan. Which leads to the next question, which is, what does that mean to the net impact for our children that are enrolled in the district? And I will admit this is a somewhat selfish question on my part, because I do have 2 children in the band, and I wonder if we suddenly accept students from all of these other districts, and we don't know what the net impact is, does that mean that there's going to be opportunities for our current children now that will go away? Are there certain children that are involved in the Granbury ISD schools and the programs today that will no longer be allowed to participate because their spots are given to another child? And I think it's something that's worth studying. And then finally, I'm an attorney. And so from the lawyer brain of me says, have we studied what the liability impact is? And does the liability change if the student that's involved in the program is not actually enrolled in our schools? And while the Tort Claims Act does protect the district from a lot of personal injury lawsuits, it does not protect against suits involving motor vehicles. And heaven forbid something happened on a bus, have we studied the liability issue? I just wonder if maybe we need to create the committee, study the issue, and then reconsider how we move forward later on into 2026. But I appreciate y'all very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Okay, that includes all the parents in our district. Next up is Monica Brown speaking on item 6, 12I, 12M, 13C, 14D, and the budget.
Somebody help me. Every time I talk, I'm like too close or something. So like, what's better? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. I am running for school board. I'm so excited. I wanted to say something about the budget. If we have someone who's offering us a product that will save the school, say $300,000 a year, and their deductibles are lower, would we consider that? Okay, would we give them the time of day? And if we do, could we put this as a transparent accountability issue on the website so the people of the community can see the people who threw bids out, and what they offered, what the comparison is? Because if you make a great decision, we'll applaud it, which I heard a lot of good things tonight. I love what I hear about Acton. I always like to hear, I would say her last name, but I can't think of it right now, Maggie, Miss Maggie. That sounds outstanding. But anyway, would you consider all those all those bids, and give people equal time of day, and then put that kind of contract and agreement on the website? MOUs, a lot of people don't know, but that's a contract or an understanding between organizations. Would you put those on the website? Would you just go ahead and put the Decker Gym United Way thing on the website so we can see it? Just be transparent. So could you, for transparency's sake, put bids online and a chart that outlines the differences so we understand how you chose a vendor? And if they're saving you that much money, what would happen to $300,000 extra a year? Now, I read a memo written by Mr. Whitfield. It's August 15th. It was in your agenda. Here, this is about budget. He says, by maintaining adequate bonding capacity, we will be able to go out for a bond in the future without a larger than needed increase in the tax rate. I'm just reading what's written here, so maybe he will explain it tonight. But he says, by maintaining adequate bonding capacity, we will be able to go out for a bond in the future without a larger than needed increase in the tax rate. Now, I appreciate the new tax rate where we're at. I would like to see no new revenue. I'm going to take it as a win because I came here last year and spoke about it, and it felt like it was being ignored. Maybe we're moving ourselves closer to that. I really appreciate it. Did you discuss no new revenue tax rate? Will you disapprove the HCAD budget this year if it's out of order again? Will you support a forensic audit? Would you consider, okay, I'm going to skip real quick to my CIS because communities in schools, it would be lovely if communities in schools meant actual community members in the schools, but that's not what it means. I've got their manual right here. And right at the top, it says diversity, equity, and inclusion. And a simple Google search on our president and on our state governor, our legislature is against DEI. United Way is steeped in it. CIS, Communities in Schools, is steeped in it. And I would caution you, our lawyer friend here is talking about liability. I would really caution you about getting rid of DEI yesterday, and I don't know why you didn't because I brought it up last year. It's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Jim Brown speaking on the budget.
Hello, Board. Thank you for your time. I've been looking at the budget. I have noticed that it keeps going up year after year, yet the total student enrollment is not going up, is at a much slower rate. So I'm just trying to wonder why does the budget continue to go up? Are we spending the money on students is my bigger concern. Many people in the community would like a better understanding where the extra money is going. Can you explain this? Is the extra money going to truly help students? Are cost savings being looked at? I'm not here to be criticized. I'm not here to be critical. Thank you. I'll be criticized later. I just think it's important for us to understand how this proposed budget matches up to student needs. As more and more money flows in from rising property taxes, will the district stop adding this money to its budget, increasing the budget number, and give it back to the taxpayers in the form of larger tax decreases, instead of keeping larger share and only giving small tax decreases to make you think, or make us as a public think, that you're for us? when as a whole responding to a larger budget, it's a larger budget. A larger budget costs more money from us, the taxpayers. Can you explain how you will spend the money wisely? The budget's gone up 61% in the last 9 years. Since 2017 school year, or literally from 60.8 million to obviously this new budget proposed tonight for 98 million. What is being done to cut cost? I don't hear from this school board we're trying to cut cost. I hear we're getting more money for property taxes and our budget's going to continue to rise. Yet the total school enrollment has gone up only 13% in the last 8 years and only 3% in the last 4 years. If student numbers stay low, what plans are in place to lower the budget? Again, how will you make sure the money is spent in actually helping students succeed when they graduate? Lastly, will you adopt a no new tax revenue rate? Please understand, to give additional monies back to the taxpayers. I understand the tax rate, but as the president of the board just stated recently, the tax rate numbers can be confusing. I would just implore you to please do research on what it means, no new tax rate. No new tax rate means that as property values go up, large amounts of money are coming into the school board. If the school board already has a budget, then give that extra money back. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Our next speaker is Denise Rivers, speaking on item 13C, insurance.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Denise Reeves, and I'm a Granbury ISD resident. I'm a retired K-12 administrator and a former school board trustee with Llano ISD. I know firsthand the weight of the decisions that you are facing tonight. Serving on a school board requires balancing fiscal responsibility with the duty to protect students, staff, and the community's investment in our schools. I want to begin by thanking you for your time and energy that you devote to this responsibility. Because I've been in your seat, I can empathize with how challenging property insurance decisions can be. Premiums are high, the market is volatile, and every dollar saved is a dollar that can be redirected into classrooms and student services. At the same time, experience has taught me that the fine print in deductibles and policy limits often matters more than the quoted premium. That is why I'm deeply concerned about the proposal being offered through TPS, or Texas Political Subdivisions. On the surface, it may appear competitive, but when you look closely at the deductibles and coverage limits, they're simply not in the district's best interest. The deductibles are so steep that Granbury ISD could have to be forced to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars out of pocket before the insurance even begins to help. The coverage limits also leave dangerous gaps that could expose the district to devastating financial strain. We all know the reality of living in North Texas. We are one storm, one hail event, or one tornado away from a catastrophic loss. In those moments, it's not the quoted premium that matters. It's whether the policy truly protects the district. If Granbury ISD were to experience a major storm under the proposed TPS policy, the district could find itself writing checks in the 6 or 7-figure range just to cover deductibles and excluded losses, unlike the Insurance One proposal with mainly advantageous deductibles and a very few coverage limits. A significant claim under the TPS proposal would take critical resources away from classrooms, staff salaries, and student programs for years to come. I urge you, with all the respect of someone who has served in your role, to look beyond the surface and protect Granbury ISD with coverage that is comprehensive, dependable, and financially responsible. TPS is not the best option as their policy leaves the district widely exposed. As a taxpayer in Granbury, this greatly concerns me. Thank you for your service to this community, and thank you for considering not just the cost of coverage, but the true cost of risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reeves, and I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. It was spelled wrong on here.
No problem.
Okay, our next speaker is Randy Reeves, also speaking on item 13C, insurance.
I'm glad she got to go first. You just heard from the good cop. I'm Randy Reeves. I am a ex-trustee of Ector County Independent School District, where I served as a president for three years plus. I know exactly how heavy the responsibility is when you make decisions that affect not only budgets, but the long-term stability of our entire school system. That's why I'm here tonight, not as a past trustee, but as someone who has seen what happens when districts put their trust in the wrong partner, in this case, the wrong insurance partner. Let me be clear. What I see in this proposal is deeply troubling to me as an ex-trustee and as a taxpayer of Granbury ISD. The district's long-term carrier, TPS, quietly increased premiums year after year. It's confident there would be no competition to hold them accountable. Then suddenly, when that competition comes up, they find a $300,000 reduction. That is not working with you, that's not working with the school district, and that's not being a good partner that we trust to help us do our business. I have to tell you that as a former trustee, that did not look good at all. The $300,000 didn't just fall from the sky. It came out of the taxpayers' budget. The taxpayers paid that $300,000, and you in good faith paid that. But you were being led down the wrong path. I want to tell you that could be used in teacher salaries, in special ed, and some of these other things that we have seen on the board tonight, that you need money to further education in Granbury ISD. This should be, school boards are tasked with safeguarding the public funds, and nothing undermines public trust faster than rewarding a vendor who acts unfairly unless his stronghold is threatened. I want to tell you that I deeply appreciate what you do. I've sat back there with the many different decisions that have to be made, none of them easy. But I do think that if you look at this situation fairly, you can come up with a solution that will satisfy all and make sure that we're doing the right thing for not only Granbury ISD, but for the students of Granbury ISD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Next up, we have Rick McCrary, also speaking on item 13C, insurance.
May I approach? Thank you, Madam Superintendent, for the honor of being here tonight. My specific assignment is to discuss the differences in the two proposals that you're looking at tonight after a review of the documents that were posted on your website last week. The significant differences are tremendous. They require really more time than what we have to dig into each one of them because they are a difference maker. I've highlighted a spreadsheet for you. This side-by-side is drawn up and prepared from the information that was posted on the website. We're very careful about interpreting competitors' policies. So you'll see on the competitor side, if we were not sure, we indicated that we're not sure. It may be incomplete information, but we dealt with the best. We attempted to get a face-to-face meeting, but we were denied. So
I'm sorry that this information is just getting to the trustees tonight for you to review, but bear with us. So I'll start and I'll go quick because I'm not going to get through in my time. The hired and not owned auto, there's a difference. The assailant, there's a difference. The students, while participating in internships, there's a difference. In the sexual abuse, there's a big difference. 1 million on our policy, 1 million excluded by the student-to-student abuse, and we know student-to-student abuse is very active. I'm going to jump down to the property. You can read the others. Big difference in property. The AOP, all other perils, fire and vandalism, our deductible is $50,000, theirs is $100,000. The single-ply roofs, we have no sublimit. Most policies may have a sublimit. Big item next, wind, hail deductible or weather deductible. Ours is a 2% with a $100,000 minimum. Theirs is a 2% with a $500,000 minimum. So in simple terms, once you've met our wind and hail deductible at $100,000, we begin paying a claim. On the competitor's policy, you have to meet the 2% wind and hail deductible and $500,000 before you get first dollar. So in a wind and hail claim, where most of your exposure is, there's a $400,000 difference in that deductible. I'm going to skip because my time is over. I will let you read the comments from the T website. Once I saw what the comments were, I knew that our materials that were presented to the finance office did not make it to this board. I presented your questions and our answers there. And I want to thank you for your time and ask you for strong consideration for your business. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Brandon McCrary, also speaking on item 13C, insurance.
All right. Hey, I want to thank you. A little bit off. I know my time's limited too, but I'll be efficient. But I do want to compliment all of you. Listening to some of the giving back to the community. I've got a cousin has special needs. So listening to some of the stories, it feels like a really good environment. So just give you a compliment from that side instead of talking about insurance. So I'm Brandon with Insurance One. Insurance One has actively been in the business for over 53 years. We've served schools, universities, nonprofits, businesses, and churches across Texas with 15 offices statewide and over 20,000 policies brokered. We've built our reputation, our expertise, and client services and cost-effective coverage. We also partner with IPMG, which brings 28 years of claims administration experience, serving over 630 entities, including 210 school risk pools. What sets them apart is a 98% retention rate, which means 98% of their clients renew every year. And 210 schools is a large number of risk pools. Together, Insurance One and IPMG delivered more than a policy. We provide customer service, proactive risk management consulting, training, in-the-field support, a network of trusted vendors, and a self-service dashboard that helps districts prevent losses and keep costs low. Equally important, and I've handed this out just so you could have some documentation on some of the financial stability of our carriers that we are proposing, is Arch Insurance. They're an A+ superior rating. Lloyd's of London, A+ superior. Munich Re, A+ superior. Berkeley, A+ superior. Zurich, A+ superior. Lexington, A excellent. Allied World, A excellent. CV Star, A excellent. These companies represent the top tier of the financial security in our industry. Their ratings A excellent to A superior are independent assurance that when a disaster strikes, Granbury's ISD claims will be paid and your schools will be protected. At Insurance One, we don't just offer insurance, we offer a long-term partnership backed by decades of experience, proven client satisfaction, and strength of the best carriers in the world. We are committed to protecting Granbury ISD so you can stay focused on your education or your mission, which is educating the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Rogers, speaking on item 12, budget amendments.
Madam President, I'll yield my time for the insurance if he needs more time. I'll yield my time to get to them.
No, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. You're yielding your time? Is there somebody else that's, I'm sorry.
Let the insurance people talk.
Okay.
Oh.
Madam President, if it's necessary, I'll yield my time so that the McCrarys can discuss the insurance issue.
No, it's okay. Everybody gets 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm thankful to hear that the budget was increased to $98 million, not because of GISD, but because Governor Abbott and the legislature, through SB 26 and HB 2, decided to give the teachers an across-the-board pay raise. They don't do much right down there, but they did that right. A lot of our teachers do sacrifice, and they do give of their time so that parents can have their PTA meetings, and the teacher has to lose their PTA meetings to meet the needs of parents. So I'm thankful for that. I am very concerned about many issues. The insurance is one of many. But the budget here, before this year's budget, between 2018 and 2024, the budget grew over 56%. They said the enrollment only grew 13%. That can't be accurate because after COVID, there were 600 students that never out-processed. The truancy court was backlogged for over 2 years. So we're still forced to budget and pay for all those students dispersed among 10 campuses. So the budget's continually grown. The test scores for ACT and SAT are below the state average. So while the revenues severely increased, the scores have not severely increased, and the enrollment has not increased. So I'm very concerned about our young people and what we're leaving them and what they're inheriting. We need more transparency from this board. We need MOUs posted online. We need more time to speak. Right now, we're setting our young people up for a terrible situation. We're up over a $37 trillion deficit in the U.S. The state budget has increased spending over 44% in the past 2 sessions. The households are not getting the working parents are not getting an increase in income. They're not getting an increase in paycheck, but the spending of government is skyrocketing. And we need transparency, we need responsibility and accountability from every trustee on this board. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Okay, and our next speaker is Madeline Kano, item 13C, insurance. It looks like she is not here, so we will be moving on. Okay, next up, we have consider action on items discussed in closed session. First is to approve staff recommendations. We have to take 2 different actually 3 different motions, but the first one is just our regular staff recommendations. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve those staff recommendations as discussed.
Do I have a second? Mr. Bolton?
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor, and the motion passes. All right, so now we have to take another motion, and this has to do with a new law that our legislator passed regarding second job disclosures. And you should have, if you don't have your motion language in front of you, let me know and we'll get you a copy. I have one. But if you're going to approve the motion, there's specific words, language that you have to use. If you're going to deny the motion, there is specific language that we have to use. So the first one that we will be voting on is Jessica McNeil Johnson, who is, and I have to say all of this, correct?
The motion will say it.
Okay, just the motion. So the first one is the teacher who is also the AP who is also a waitress at Pecan Plantation Golf Course Restaurant. Do I have a motion to approve?
Madam President,
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the outside employment of Administrator Jessica McNeil Johnson, who works part-time as a waitress at Pecan Plantation Country Club Restaurant, is disclosed under House Bill 3372, and that the board find this arrangement will not harm the district, does not present a conflict of interest, and will be performed entirely on personal time.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Wimberly. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And I have a second by Mrs. Townsend. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor. The motion passes. Okay, the next one is voting on another AP at Bacchus Elementary, disclosing adjunct professor for Tarrant County Community College and Weatherford College. The district has a contract with Tarrant County Community College for dual enrollment. Because GISD maintains a business relationship with Tarrant County College, the board approval is required. Do I have a motion to approve?
Go ahead. You do it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have a motion by Mrs. Lowry to approve. A second? I'm sorry, do I have a motion? You have to read the motion first. Excuse me, sorry, this is new. I'm running right along with you, okay?
Okay, I move that the Board of Trustees approve Lacey Clark, Assistant Principal, to engage in an outside employment as an adjunct professor at Tarrant County College as disclosed under House Bill 3372, and that the board finds this arrangement will not harm the district, does not present a conflict of interest, and will be performed entirely on personal time.
Hey, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bolton. All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor. The motion passes. Okay, next, we're moving on to the consent agenda items. Oh, that's not on here.
Okay.
No. That's just a review. Yeah. Okay, so consent agenda items. Does anybody wish to pull any of the items for further discussion? Okay. Okay. All right. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented?
So moved.
As a motion by Mr. Bolton and a second by Ms. Alana. All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that's a 7-0 vote. The motion passes. Okay, moving on. Discussion action items. 13A, it's page 195 in your board book. Discuss and take action on the student code of conduct for the 2025-2026 school year. Mrs. Tammy Clark.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm trying to get everything done. So you'll find in your packet the presented student code of conduct for the 2025-2026 school year that reflect both the legal changes made as a result of the legislative session and procedural changes made within the district. It must be approved by the board, and so it is for your consideration tonight.
Do I have any questions?
Yes, if you have any
Madam
questions.
President, I move that this 2025-26 Student Code of Conduct be approved as presented with required changes and updates.
I have a motion by Mr. Wimberly to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Moore. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that's a 7-0 vote. The motion passes. Okay, next is item 13B, discuss and take action on the revision of local policy FD student admissions. That is page 241 in your board book. This is regarding the UIL activities and homeschool student participation, just so we're all clear.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So I have written a memo here to talk about the conversation that we started at our last board meeting, and the conversation was about whether this board decided if we were going to allow homeschool students to join our UIL activities. And so one of the things we were charged with as a district was to create a committee, which we did. And so we met with a committee that comprised, one of our parents was here earlier. We had staff members, we had board members, we had our director of athletics, We also used our community engagement forum with all the feedback from our community members. And I am sharing with you my recommendation going forward for the next 2 years of our homeschool students in the area. So as a reminder, this is the first year the legislation has said that we have to opt out by September 1. So in the past, we have had to opt in to allow students to join, homeschool students to join our activities. So the big question was, are we going to opt out? We've noticed that the last couple of legislative sessions that there have been slight changes to the homeschool law. And so at first they were not allowed, and then they were allowed with opt-in, and then there were money allocated to that. And so we're wondering if the next session may be that we won't be allowed to opt out, and that's where this recommendation is grounded. And so I'm recommending, based on the feedback and being the mediator of all of these conversations, that we not opt in to students not allow students to participate in our activities this year, but to have a committee, and I've listed on our memo when the committee would start, and to bring back to the board in March a recommendation for a pilot program for next year, and that would be year 26-27. What that would do for us is it would allow the coaches that are actually going to be managing it to have a great voice in that, and to think about all those things that were mentioned earlier by one of our community members, about really looking at the implication of allowing students that were not enrolled in our campus full-time to participate. So that would give us this year to do that and have some kind of pilot in place determined by the committee. And then that would set us up for the next legislative session. If the legislators said it is required, then we'd be ready to go. And if they didn't, the board would have the option again to look at that policy and decide. So that is my recommendation. So what we would be approving tonight or discussing, however the board wants to proceed, is the language in our local policy that would says for the year 2025-26, a student enrolled in private school, including a homeschool, shall not be eligible for enrollment in the district or for participation in extracurricular activities. But then in the year 2026-27, the district shall implement a pilot program that permits participation in university or UIL activities by homeschool students in accordance with law. So that is my recommendation, and I'm very happy to hear feedback from the board about this.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the revised EFB local homeschool students participating in UIL activities policy as presented.
I have a motion by Mr. Wimberly to approve the policy as presented. Do I have a second?
I second.
And I have a second by Mr. Bolton. Any discussion? I have questions. What is the pilot program going to look like? What was the feedback from the community? What was the feedback from the people participating in the committee?
So there was several people on the committee that were not at that time, they were not ready to have homeschool students join their activities. But as the conversation went on, we talked a lot about how this may be law, and to avoid running into the problem that we were in right now about being thrown on us with not a lot of prep time, that they appreciated the chance to get together this year and really talk through and think through what that could look like. We don't know what the pilot would look like. That would really be up to the committee. It could be that the committee says we want one academic to try it, and maybe one fine art and one athletics. But the people, my main concern is that the people leading those programs would be in charge of that committee, really listening and thinking, but knowing that in the end we would have a pilot program in place. So they would design it, and we're not sure how that would look because we really do want their feedback.
The committee that I sat in on was heavily, well, it was teachers, coaches, parents, and 3 school board members. And it was heavily weighted against having participation from homeschool. And I'm with them. I think I made it pretty clear when we discussed this last time that I'm very pro public school and felt like that, you know, that in order to represent the public school students and teachers, that my representation would be, you know, that we would represent the public school students and only allow our public school students in these programs. And that was the pretty much the consensus of everybody in that room at that time. And even though we felt like that it may be coming in from the state, there was very few people in that room that were wanting that program at this time. So, I'm still voting. My vote will still be for the public school students.
And what were some of the concerns you heard?
The public school students have prepared themselves for these positions for so many years, and they just felt like the parents were the ones that just felt like that homeschool parents had made the choices for those kiddos to be schooled at home, and they just felt like that they had already made that choice. And one of the coaches made a very interesting observation, and it was something that I really had not thought about, and his observation was that he had worked really hard with his team to build a team spirit, that it was a team effort, and that when you bring someone in that is really wanting to do something for themselves to participate in a team sport, that they may not have that team camaraderie, that they are only there to compete for themselves and not compete for the team. And that was his concern. And that was something I had not truly thought about. But I could see that might be a concern. But that was just their general observation.
Thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it. I'm sure we would have all liked to have served on that committee, but by law, we can only have 3 board members. That's the max. So that's why we couldn't all be there. But I appreciate the members that did serve on the committee, the parents, staff, teachers, and all the input that we've got. And thank you for sharing that feedback, Nancy. Do I have any further discussion or questions?
Yeah, I think that we're in the business of children, of child education, of child health and well-being, and we should relish the opportunity. We should relish the opportunity offered to us to extend our care to a broader field of children, so let them play. It matters not if the children come to us for everything. It's okay for them to come to us for some things. We don't disown them as dead to me because their parents chose to put them in an accelerated pace or to take their challenges at home in a more controlled environment. They're kids, no less, and we care about kids, period. Does participation in sports and other extracurricular activities positively affect a child's health and well-being? Yes, I think so, and then I'm in, let them play. The people, that is the voters in this town, want this. The people in this state want this, voting for a legislature that is progressing toward a mandate at some point, to Dr. Morosky's point, from no requirement to an opt-in option to an opt-out option, and the evolution of that is trending toward a mandate, and we need to be ready when that comes. I don't see a better way to get ready than the way that's mapped out here in Dr. Morosky's memo, and so I'm in favor.
Okay. I hear your concerns about the state moving towards a mandate for this. That does seem to be like what the trend is. Doesn't mean we won't be ready whether this passes tonight or not. It doesn't mean that we don't have incredible leaders in this district that can get our district ready for a mandate if and when that happens. So regardless of what happens tonight, I have full confidence in the leadership of this district to get our campuses, our teachers, our UIL extracurriculars ready and prepared for any legislation that may be coming our way, regardless of what happens tonight. So I want to be clear on that. We're going to take care of kids. We're going to take care of our kids no matter what decision is made here tonight. So I have a motion on the table. Any further discussion or questions?
I have a couple of things I'd like to say. Weatherford is 30 miles up the road. was the first in the state to allow UIL homeschool in their programs. It's been a success for them. I've talked to the coach that was in charge of the athletic portion of that. He said it only amounts to like 12 or 13 kids after 4 years. Also, several of those kids, about 20% of them, end up going to public school and leaving homeschool after they find out that it's not what they expected, or maybe because they got in high school and the parents kept them out as a personal choice, and then once the child became old enough to make that choice, the child elected to join public school, and the parents evidently allowed them to do that. So I see this as something that's coming. Also, I'm in favor not only of the students, I'm also in favor of the taxpayers. Taxpayers pay into these programs, and our mission statement in Granbury, and a lot of work went into the vision statement. Probably 30 to 50 people were involved in this mission statement, and I think it's very important that a couple of sentences make a difference in what we actually do. The vision statement for Granbury ISD is Granbury ISD inspires excellence, empowers all students to be future-ready and positive contributors to their community. A couple simple words, but I think they're pretty important in the fact that we do include all students, not just public school kids, but also just because you're in a UIL program and part of a team doesn't mean that you're going to be an actual actor of an academic team or a football team or a basketball team or all-state in band. All those are UIL activities, and you can be a part of that as a team, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be the first team football player or anything else, but you're part of a team, and it'll teach you how to respond in society, and I think we have that obligation.
I'll share my biggest concern with the board, just so y'all can hear my thoughts and the community can as well. And one of our public speakers tonight brought it up, this issue of liability, and he may have been thinking of it in a different sense. The way it came to me was we have so many kids trying out for different competitions, whether it's academic or athletic, to get on a team. And so many of our own kids that are already enrolled in our schools don't make it. And then when we add in a few more, my concern is that if those kids don't also make it, I don't want us to be in a position where we're possibly being accused of discrimination against a homeschool student because they didn't make the cut for whatever reason, when so many of our own children also don't make the cut. That's my biggest concern. I think that's whether we decide to go with that committee or not tonight, that is something that needs to be looked at, especially if we think that the legislator is going to cause this to be another mandate for us. That is my biggest concern, because that can cause tension between districts and families and can ultimately affect our relationships with the community, which has it ultimately affects student outcomes. And so I just wanted to share that thought with the board before we take a vote. Do I have any further discussions or questions from the board?
I'll just add that because Billy, you mentioned about Weatherford, and the scope is 10 or 12 students. 10 or 12 students at a bigger district, I think it would fade into the shadows in an 8,000 student district. I don't think we're talking about a very big scope of children who are going to come in and take over. And I think they are our children. I'm a child of this community, and I didn't go to our schools, these schools, public schools, and now I'm an adult here.
So we have a district that's nearby that the current homeschool students in our district could attend if they wanted to. Do any of the students from Granbury ISD attend Weatherford for the UIL program they have?
I don't know that.
I don't know the answer to that. I do know that the rule on that is very, very specific in the fact that the school that they participate in, if they go to a different district, it has to be the closest district that allows those kids to come in to their household. So it's a very specific, if they went to Weatherford and say that, I don't think Glenrose allows it, but if they, for example, were closest to Glenrose, they would have to go to Glenrose to take part in that program. Even if they wanted to go to Weatherford, they couldn't go to Weatherford unless they lived in the northern part of the county. So it's very specific and ambiguous a little bit of how that works, but it's very specific to where they are.
I don't think that's correct.
I want to throw to Dr. Morosky on.
I just want to remind the board that UIL has a frequently asked questions part of their website, and we've confirmed that the local policy designed by this group can decide whether to allow students to come into our district. So you guys can set that. I know originally the law was interpreted, at least that's what was communicated to us, is that we had to allow students that we were the next one, but the local policy, we can determine that. So I just wanted to remind that group that we have the ability to do that. We're not doing that tonight because we don't have anything designed, but going forward, that would be within our purview.
Does anybody know what Weatherford ISD's policy states? Do they accept out-of-district UIL students?
I don't know, but tonight we're not even, we're
No, I'm curious because if they did, and we had homeschool families here in our district that wanted to do that, you would think they would already be doing that at Weatherford ISD, and that would give us an idea if that's actually something that our community, the families in our community that homeschool would like us to do.
Yeah, and I think that part of the committee that Dr. Morosky has proposed will answer some of those questions, that I think we'll do some of the research and find out what truly is the scope of what would be included, or students who are interested, or parents who are interested in their homeschool children coming to participate in UIL activities. And so that can be part of the responsibility of the committee, is to determine some of those things. What's the scope, who's coming, and who's interested.
I would also encourage our homeschool parents to consider enrolling their students in Granbury ISD.
That's possible, that's right.
If there are certain programs that they are truly interested in and having their students participate, then I would encourage them to come into our schools and look at these programs and possibly enroll their students in our schools and become a part of all our programs.
Yeah, we have some great teachers, we have some great campuses, we've got great programs. And if they would like to come tour a school, do a site visit, that's available for them as well. So they can come see all the great things happening in Granbury ISD.
We've got wonderful programs, we've got wonderful teachers and students, and I would encourage them to come and become a part of our schools and the programs that we have.
I'd like to reiterate too that the motion on the floor at the moment is that the plan is to opt out and then to go to work to try to figure out what is possible for us next year. That's right. So we are opting out right now.
The other option is you could amend it and you could opt out and do the committee and look at possibly implementing a pilot program the following year. It doesn't have to be set in stone. It's not something that we say we are going to for sure do this next year. It's based on the committee throughout the year and the research and policy that they come up with, and then looking at the issue again next year before we decide if we want to move forward with a pilot program or not.
Well, there's a little bit of confidence that goes into writing it the way that it's written. But in truth, this board always has that option. A year from now or a year from 2 months ago would make that a little more timely discussion. But 10 months from now, we could have this discussion and make another policy change that would undo the pilot program if that's what we opted for.
But right now, the way the law is written, if we opt out, we have to hold this meeting and opt out every year.
Correct. That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
That's what I'm suggesting it says.
Right, I know.
What I'm suggesting.
I know. All right, any further discussion? Any more questions?
I think from what I've heard tonight, we have to have this committee and have to look at it. I mean, we would not be doing justice to our community unless we do go through the committee and look at all the options, look at all the questions that have come up from our community and that will continue coming up as we go through this. But I feel very comfortable going ahead and doing this committee. And I agree with what Mr. Bolton said. If we decide later on that, no, we don't want to do it next year, then we can opt out of it that way. But I think having it written the way it is right now, this is what came from the community, or the committee that you put together, I think that's what we should go with.
So, again, for the 2025-2026 school year, Granbury ISD will opt out of allowing homeschool students to participate in UIL activities during the 2025-2026 school year. For the 2026-2027 school year, a pilot program will be implemented. The Granbury ISD will establish a pilot program for homeschool student UIL participation beginning in the 2026-2027 school year. Details of the program will be developed and recommended to the board in advance of implementation. A committee and pilot program development plan to prepare for the 2026-2027 pilot. A UIL homeschool participation committee will be formed to research, design, and recommend program parameters. And then we have the committee composition listed and the different dates and action. And then it'll come back to the board in March of 2026 to ensure that eligible homeschool students may participate in spring tryouts for fall UIL activities as part of the pilot program rollout. After that, we will approve the revised FD local policy formalizing the 2025-2026 opt-out and the 2026-2027 pilot program. The superintendent will then initiate a committee formation and return with a recommendation in March of 2026. This plan reflects our commitment to thoughtful, inclusive implementation aligned with our district values, operational readiness, and community feedback. So this will be revisited again in March of 2026, regardless of what is decided here tonight. If this passes, this will be revisited again in March of 2026. We will vote on this again on how to move forward if this passes tonight. I just want everyone to be clear on that.
Madam President, can I make an amended motion?
Absolutely.
I'd like to amend the motion that we opt out of allowing homeschool students to participate in UIL activities during the 2025-26 school year and the 26 and 2027 school year.
So you want to make an amendment to add in the following school year as an opt-out as well?
Correct.
Okay, but continue with the continue with the committee and developing a possible pilot program?
No, to strike the number 2.
So we're getting rid of the committee and the pilot program, and you want to opt out?
For the next 2 years.
For the next 2 years. Okay. I don't know if that works. I think we still have to hold another vote. I think we still have to hold another meeting and vote on it anyway.
Okay.
By law, we have to vote on it every year. So, but that's the amendment to opt out this year and next year and scratch the committee and pilot program.
Correct.
Okay, that's a motion or amendment to the motion by Mr. Moore. Do I have a second for that?
I'll second the motion.
I have a second by Ms. Alana. Any further discussion on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment? Okay, motion passes. So we're back to the original motion. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Not the original motion. So we're back to the original item, agenda item. Motion, which is the recommendation to prepare for the 2026-2027 pilot. A UIL homeschool participation committee will be formed to research, design, and recommend program parameters. We're going to revisit this again in March 26 if this passes. So in March of 2026, this will get revisited again, and recommendations may change based on community feedback and committee recommendations. So depending on what happens throughout the year, if this passes tonight, the committee is going to be meeting, and we'll get more recommendations from the committee, revisit this again in March, and then vote then on whether to continue to move forward with that pilot program or scratch it altogether. Does that make sense? Is everyone following? Okay. Do I have any further questions or discussion? Okay, all in favor of approving the board to revise the EFB local homeschool students participating in UIL activities policy as presented? All in favor, raise your hand. And against? Okay, let the record show that is 5 in favor, 2 against. The motion passes. So we will revisit this again in March. We will have a committee formed, and we'll get further recommendations and vote again in March. Okay, moving on. Next item is to 12C, discuss and take action on the renewal of the property, crime, general liability, educators liability, and automobile insurance with Texas political subdivisions. And that is page 246 in your board book. Emmett Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the RFP for the renewal of the property and casualty insurance. You do have the analysis that the team, the risk management team did go through. And it is recommendation of administration that we are to approve TPS proposal through UIS brokerage for the 25-26 coverage year for $836,157. I can answer questions if you like.
Hey, do you have any questions for Mr. Whitefield?
Yes. You first, then you.
No, go.
Okay. First of all, comment, does competition create fairness and better pricing and cost savings? Is the staff recommended insurance company on our pre-approved buy board? Are they on the buy board?
We did not go through buy board on this, no ma'am.
No, we didn't, but are they usually on there?
Mr. Schraby's not here, but I don't believe that, I don't know if they are.
Okay, we did not use the buy board, so what did we do in order to get these bidders?
We solicited 3 different insurance companies.
3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, were there any RFPs sent out for the bidders
We just requested those 3.
with an RFP?
It was an informal RFP is what Mr. Schraby called it, an informal. It was not put out in advertisement, no ma'am.
Okay, who filled out the online application for TEE?
That would have been Mr. Schraby.
Okay, did he have any other contact with them?
I don't know the answer to
Other than
that. I
just-
mean, he talked to all 3 insurance companies and visited with them.
Okay. Let me see here. Since we had an informal RFP,
That is what Mr. Schraby called it this morning. He called it informal RFP.
okay, so all 3 companies, were they aware of each person had a specific question? Did they have the deadlines? Did they have the groups? Was everything sent out to each of the 3 companies was all the same? Numbers, quotes, the whole thing?
Mr. Schraby's not here to answer that question, but I can assure you that when he does that, he gives all the information to all 3 companies.
Is he the one that is a COTAR, or is he a similar representative to review the RFPs when they come back in, or the proposals, or the ones that aren't really RFPs, and the bids, and deal directly with the bidding vendors?
Mr. Schraby is who we use as our risk manager.
Okay. From last year's premium from the staff recommended insurance company to this year's proposal, there was a significant cost reduction. So we can assume we've been overcharged for our required coverage over the past few years. How would $200,000 to $300,000 savings have helped Granbury students? If there had been a competitor last year, would there have been a cost reduction?
I cannot answer that question because we did not do it. I know that going forward, we will do it every year.
Okay. Do we have any idea why they decided they would reduce their premium this year?
I do not.
Okay, because risk has not gone down, our insurance rates have not gone down, and liability has not changed. So it's interesting that they were able to reduce their costs. By not executing the RFP and performing a quality cost analysis process, seems like it can lead to a reduction in quality of services and potentially higher costs for GISD and taxpayers, as demonstrated with the staff-recommended insurance company dropping their fees so significantly when the competition existed. Once there was competition, the staff-recommended insurance company was able to drop their fees. It would be a very good practice to bid our insurance coverage every 3 to 5 years, instead of saying we have worked with them for years. And this should be included in the bid practice, should also be included lawyers and accounting firms, and we should do our best for the taxpayers by making this our practice to bid these things out every 3 to 5 years.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Whitefield?
I don't know that there are questions. I think that the incumbent company has been milking us for $250,000 a year, and I don't know how many teachers that might employ otherwise, or how many air conditioners that might fix, or how much we might otherwise be able to contribute to the special ed program or any other of the programs that we have, but that just rubs me the wrong way. I think that not only for insurance, but all others, that we need to shop around all contracts as they expire, even months before they expire, so that this board has the opportunity to research our options, to consider and discuss, and to take action. I'm trying to keep a cool head. It just rubs me the wrong way, and I would not go with these guys again just because they took advantage of the free money from the government. It's not free money, it's taxpayer money, and we have a responsibility to take care of it and safeguard the taxpayer. With that, I'd move to accept the proposal as offered by TEE and approve the administration to execute that policy.
All right, I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Bolton to approve TEE as the broker for the 2025-2026 coverage. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Mrs. Lowry. Any further discussion?
I have a question because of the Insurance One folks that came here tonight. Were you aware that they were interested in providing insurance coverage for us?
I believe they're represented, they're from TEE. TEE is using them. Yes, that is my understanding. I think they did not make that clear when they came up.
Yeah, I was a little confused too. I thought it was a third broker.
So it's not, it's the same broker that was put out before.
It's the same. It's this proposal.
Okay.
Okay. So you're with TEE, is that correct? No? Okay, sorry. My bad.
No, if you-
Yeah, I can't, yeah.
Can they come up and discuss?
It's not fair because nobody's.
No, not technically. Because, no.
May I answer your question?
Yeah, I was just clarifying on whether you were, they contract you for services, and that was my that's where I needed
May I
clarification.
ask a question? Do we have to make this decision tonight?
That's what I asked.
We do? Okay.
So I have a concern here.
We have to make it by September 1, is that correct?
We do have to have board action by September 1.
By September 1.
Yeah.
So we have a few more days.
So let me help with that. There's sort of the same relationship that you have if you have an insurance agent. Might be
Right, no, I
different.
get it.
Yeah, okay.
I totally get it.
Yeah.
I have a concern, though. In here, it says that the proposal underinsures the district at an amount from TE. The proposal underinsures the district at an amount of $224 million. So I am a little leery going with a company that is going to underinsure us.
I can help with that. So I've done a lot of homework on this. So the 224 was the amount in the original RFP, and so the response was 224 million, and at some point that changed to 254 million, and I think it's because the TSP response, or TPS response came back with a proposal that was in the 254 million range. I don't know where that additional 30 million would come from or why it was added. We haven't we haven't built any new assets. We haven't accumulated $30 million more worth of appreciative value on our assets. None of that has changed. So just comparing apples to apples then is why we got the second revision of the proposal from TEE and Insurance One.
Okay,
Our guest.
I want to clarify on that. That revision came in after the deadline. So if you want to vote on the TEE
Yes, I do.
one, that updated one is not what we're voting on.
But they were given they were not given a certain deadline.
But, so that's fine with me anyway. That's fine with me anyway, because part of the solution of any insurance company, and maybe except for the incumbent, but would be to come in and make an appraisal of our assets that are subject to be insured. And so they would come in and make that, and then make adjustments to that anyway.
Can you speak into that 224 underinsured amount that's in this packet?
The insurance companies received our asset listing, which was the 254. The I believe 224 came in with the first initial quote, and I believe that we decided that it was August the 5th. And then the second quote came in August the 19th after all the information was evaluated and sent to the board by Mr. Schraube and I.
Okay, so our guidelines were clear on the amount of insurance that we needed?
The information I received from Mr. Schraube said he spoke to Mr. Petrie on the April the 5th and April the 10th, given those dates to him.
Okay.
And I think 254 million overinsures us, not 224 underinsures us. But that, again, would be reconciled when we engage with it.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, I have a motion by Mr. Bolton and a second by Ms. Lowry to approve TEE as the broker for our 2025-2026 coverage. All in favor, raise your hand. TEE, it's TEE, not the recommendation. The recommendation is to go with TPS. Okay, let the record, all against, raise your hand. Okay, let the record show that is 2 for, 5 against, the motion fails. So I will entertain another motion to accept TPS. Or whatever the board's pleasure is. We got to pick somebody. And we have to do it by September 1st, so if I have to absolutely call a special meeting to make that happen, we can do that. But it will be a special called meeting, and we're on a crunch time.
You don't have time to call a special called meeting and give proper notice for that.
Yeah.
Can't do that next week?
Yeah, we got 72 hours for a special called meeting. And then we got to have time to put more, and there's laws that surround that, how long we have to put that out for. So we're really stuck having to make a decision tonight. Talk. I know.
When does he return?
Mr. Schreiber, you're back in the district next Monday.
What's the date?
That would be the first. Well, we won't be, because we're off. It'll be the second. It'll be Tuesday.
Yeah, that's Labor
Too
Day.
late.
That's too late. And the only two insurance companies we could consider, whether we table this and call a special meeting to discuss separately, these are the only two insurance companies we can talk about. But that is an option if y'all want to table this and have a special called meeting to just discuss this.
Is there a motion on the table? Because I don't.
Not
think
right
we're-
now. We are just discussing.
We can't discuss until there's a motion on the table.
Well, we had your motion and then that failed. So do I have a motion to approve? Do I have a motion to table? Do I have a motion No. We could, we could table and call a special called meeting. That is the only other option besides approving TPS tonight. The motion to approve TEE failed, so the only other option is to approve TPS or table it, have a special called meeting, and discuss again and decide then. But we have to have the decision made by September 1st.
Even in a special called meeting, we will not have the benefit of Hussein's testimony.
No, but we could definitely reach out to him and get questions answered from him.
Why wasn't he here tonight?
He's out of country.
He is in France, caring for his mother, and so he is there with her. And, the information that we received was that there was a process. We had a board member approach us about going through a competitive bid, and so we were very excited about doing that. We got 2 great bids by the deadline, which was set. And then, as you guys know, I had asked all documentation to be submitted to me by the 8th. And so I could start presenting it to you guys, which is a Friday, and I start meeting with board officers on that next Monday. So but next Monday is when we were talking about our recommendation. So the information that came later really was not considered whatsoever because that was not part of meeting the deadline that we needed in order for me to explain to the board and have you guys participate in that before the board meeting tonight. So that is an explanation of the timeline. I understand that there are still lots of questions, and I want to be able to answer those and be respectful to the questions that are out there. And so I think there is Labor Day is Monday, September 1st, and I will be able to come up if you guys want to set a special called meeting. We need 72 hours, I believe, is the new, which we would post tomorrow. We could post a special board meeting. That would get us some time to answer some of the questions. We were in a rush today, I know when the questions came in, and trying to answer this. And so I think I'm definitely, so we've got lots of communications we can pull together in a better report. It's just it was so many questions coming so fast that we weren't able to summarize it very well. So.
Because they contracted out.
Yeah, so. Yeah, he's referring to, we have some information that we could pull together from Hussein, who did the process, and why he's recommending it. And, the will of the board is what we're ready to do. And so we went through a process, we called references, and some, looked at the making a recommendation, which is what we're charged to do. We can't choose both, and so we made a recommendation, but it is not something that we can't change if the board wills us to do that.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we table this discussion in favor of a special meeting.
For when?
Well, you got 72 hours notice,
Yeah,
so what is that, Friday?
in 72 hours. Okay. So I have a motion on the table to table this action item for 72 hours, have a special called meeting, and discuss at that time. Do I have a second?
What would be the date of the special meeting?
I just remembered that actually September 1st is when the new 72-hour, we've been trying to follow the 72-hour law since legislation, but it actually doesn't go into effect, I think, until September 1st.
What is it currently?
Is it 36? 3 days, so still.
It was 72 business hours, which is what backed it up to Wednesdays normally.
Uh-huh.
Starting September 1. Before we did 72 hours, we did 3 days.
And that was we just can't count the weekend days.
So that puts us in scope
So-
for Thursday or Friday this week.
No,
So-
it's just Friday. It would
It would be
Tuesday,
Friday.
Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday.
Yeah.
So it would be for August 29th, Friday, August 29th.
I'm in.
I'm in.
So I have a motion on the table by Mr. Bolton to table this action item until August 29th, at which time we would have a special called meeting.
Can I amend my motion?
Do I even have a second for your motion yet?
Yes, I
Okay,
second.
you seconded. Okay, yes, you can amend it.
Point of order. To lay on the table, to put something on the table is to normally discuss it later in that particular meeting, not to put it off until another date.
No.
So-
That is correct.
Do I need to,
We take no action. We
Thank
just
you.
take no action, and then we have a special called meeting.
okay, I'll take that. That's my motion.
Okay, so
And then I want to add that that I want to
Well,
have done.
wait, we gotta, if your motion is to take no action, what are you gonna add?
That's okay. Do I have a second? To
Yes,
take no
a
action
second.
today.
Take no action tonight. A second by Ms. Lowry.
All right, now, thank you. May I make an amendment?
Yes.
During that time, in the next 3 days, I want to have seen a T-bar with side-by-side comparisons. So to some of the speakers' point, that I want to see side-by-side what our deductibles are from one proposal to the other, I want to see those things side-by-side. I did a lot of that homework myself, and I can, happy to share it with you guys, but.
Okay, great.
Okay, can we have more discussion?
Yes, because we have a motion on the table and we have a second, so.
Okay, so I reached out to Hussein yesterday by text. I didn't know he was out of town. I thought he'd probably be here tonight. But I did reach out to him and ask about this, and he sent me back a message that I received this, I guess it came in at 1:50 in the morning because that's French time or something. But it says, "Hi, Billy, TEE and Insurance One do not carry AM Best ratings. TEE is a nonprofit association that organizes group insurance programs and insurance. One is a broker program manager. Since neither underwrites or assumes risk, AM Best does not rate them. TPS and USI are also not rated themselves because they function as program managers and brokers. However, the insurance carriers they place coverage with are AM Best, and it's probably similar to what Insurance One put out for their AM Best. It says, for example, TPS partners with carriers such as Safety National, A++ Superior, US, and USI places coverage with carriers like Crum and Forster's, United States Fire Insurance Company, A Excellent, and Star Indemnity, A Excellent. This may not fit exactly into what we're discussing here, but that's the only communication that I know that we've had with Hussein over the last 24 hours.
And I'd like to refute that in so much as we have those ratings. That's
The
part of
people that
handout.
they contract with are rated.
They are
Yeah.
rated, but TE and insurance do not carry AM Best ratings.
That's right, TEE wouldn't because they're more of a broker or an agent, right? The carriers do, and that's what matters, and that's what they're describing there. Even in his response, he says the response from Crum and Forster and USI, the same sort of situation. They really farm this out to the underwriters are these companies, and they do have those ratings, and they're in our hands. Every one of us has this form.
Okay, I have a motion on the table to take no action on this item tonight. We will have a special called meeting for Friday and discuss this item further then. I have a second by Ms. Lowry. All in favor of the motion on the table? To take no action tonight.
Take no action tonight.
Take no action tonight. We'll have a special called meeting on Friday, with time to be determined, and we will discuss and decide at that point. Okay, and that's what we're voting on. All in favor? Okay, let the record show that is 5-4, and any against?
Nope.
I'm sorry.
5-4 is too many.
6 in favor, and 1 against, being Mr. Billy Wimberly. So we're taking no action on this item tonight. We will have a special called meeting for Friday, which,
Time to be determined.
time to be determined, because I may not be able to make it either. So we'll just,
I may not make it.
as long as there's 4 members, as long as there's 4 board members, we have a quorum. So it just depends on the time.
But for the record, Billy voted no because he has a hot date that night.
I'm gonna be out of town.
Okay. So next item up, that was no action on that one. We're going to have a special called meeting on Friday, time to be determined. Next up, we have item 13D, discuss and take action on an adoption of an order authorizing defeasance and redemption of a portion of Granbury Independent School District unlimited tax refunding bonds. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the defeasance order for $10.165 million, saving taxpayers $1.755999.95 in interest payments on that particular bond defeasance. Defeasance is a prepayment, and it is the recommendation of the administration that the board authorize the defeasance and redemption of a portion of the Granbury Independent School District unlimited tax refunding bonds, taxable series 2020A, and all matters incident and related thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Whitefield. Do you have any questions for Mr. Whitefield?
Give me that number again. I appreciate the taxpayer savings that will result in. 1,000,007. I'll let you keep going.
$1,755,999.95.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So move.
All right, I have a motion
Second.
by Ms. Townsend to order the authorization of the defeasance, and a second by Mr. Wimberly. Any further discussion? All in favor of authorizing the defeasance? Raise your hand. Let the record show that's 7-0. All in favor, the motion passes. Next item is 13E, discuss and take action on the adoption of the 2025-2026 General Operating Nutrition and Debt Service Budgets. Mr. Emmett Whitefield again.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you do have the budgets that we discussed earlier in the budget workshop and the tax rate workshop. Tax rates are set actually you set the budget and then you're allowed to set the tax rate, but the budgets are set on the maximum compressed tax rate of 61.46 cents plus a 17 cents of enrichment pennies that the voters voted on in November of 2023. The budget did change a little bit from the budget workshop in July, and we talked about those changes in the workshop this afternoon. There were a few changes to debt service as well, but it also includes the defeasance, and that was due to, those two changes were due to certified values received in July 2025. The child nutrition budget did not change from the workshop, and it is set at the $5 million, but you have all of those budgets behind there and how they are affecting, they're just like what they were in the workshop. So you will be adopting a general fund budget of $98,120,224. A debt service budget will be, not the one that you have in your packet is incorrect. It's going to be the one that's in the budget board book at the front. And that will be, let me get it out here. I apologize. The debt service budget will be at revenues of $14,824,495 with debt service expenditures and $825,020, and that will be a defeasance of $10,165 included in that, saving that 1.756. And then your child nutrition budget will be $5,010,025. And those are the three budgets that you will be adopting at this time.
Okay, any further question, or any questions for Mr. Whitefield?
No, Madam President, I move that we adopt the budgets as presented by the administration.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Alana to approve the recommendation as presented. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Moore. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that's 7-0. All in favor, motion passes. Next item up is to discuss and take action on the adoption of the 2025-2026 tax rate. Mr. Emmett Whitefield again.
Thank you, Madam President. Now that you have adopted the budget, the defeasance and the budgets for the next year, you will adopt the tax rate. The tax rate will be for the M&O side, will be at 78.46 cents, which includes the 61.46 cents maximum compressed tax rate and the 17 cents of enrichment pennies approved by the voters in November 2023, and the 14.5 cents on the debt service side that will fund the defeasance and the debt service for the next year, bringing that total tax rate to 92.96 cents, being 78.46 on the M&O side and 14.5 cents on the debt service side. There is a suggested language for the motion highlighted on your memo.
Okay.
Madam President, I move that the property rate be increased by the adoption of tax rate in 92.96 per hundred, which is effectively an increase in the tax rate.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Rimley and a second by Ms. Townsend. Do I have any further discussion?
As Ms. Alana.
Oh, I'm sorry, a second by Ms. Alana. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking, I was going off of the voice. So that's a motion by Mr. Wimberly, a second by Ms. Alana. Any further discussion?
Yes, please, Mr. Whitefield, can you help the people to understand why we would not bring a more significant tax rate reduction.
I will need some clarification on your
I really
question,
just
sir.
mean for you to talk about how we have a restriction that we can't go below a certain amount and we can't exceed a certain ceiling of.
Well, the 6146 is TEA's recommended maximum compressed tax rate for us. Any district has to be within 90% of any other district, and they set a range. We're really kind of in the middle of that range this year. So 6146 is TEA's maximum compressed tax rate for us.
And the reason for the difference is because of the VATRE that the voters passed for teacher raises. So the only other way to reduce that tax rate would be to get rid of those teacher raises.
In the 17 cents.
That the voters approved.
For the record, no one is suggesting that. But I do want to kind of have an opportunity to explain the way that the motion has been made is by law, it has to be made that way because it describes property tax rate being increased when we know that the actual is that we're reducing the tax rate by 0023 cents. But it's described as a tax increase because the tax rate has an effect when it's applied to your property values that you, in total, overall, the effect is that you'll pay a little more in taxes because the appraised value of your property has increased.
Actually, with the new homestead exemption, the average home buyer will see a $351 decrease in their taxes this year. This will be in property growth, which will be the construction in progress last year is now active and is taxable on the rolls.
So I read up on this, and I don't know that our motion really has to say that it's a tax increase unless the overall result is that taxpayers are paying more than they paid last year.
This is guidance from TEA, so that's what we follow
And I appreciate
when we make that motion.
Okay, I'll let that go. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion?
I do think, though, that what Tim said is really important for people to understand is that we say this because we're told to say this, where really our tax rate is going down and the tax for the average homeowner from Granbury ISD is expected to go down by $354. And I think that's really important to have said.
That is correct, and that is contingent on that passing the ballot in November, and I don't expect anybody would expect anything different.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 5-4. Any against?
Cannot be 5-4.
5 in favor, and any against?
Abstain?
I abstain.
You're abstaining. Would you like to state your reason for abstaining?
Just because I've made a promise to the people that I won't vote for a tax increase, and that's the way it's phrased.
Okay, well, essentially, when we voted to adopt the budget, we have to adopt this tax rate to support that budget.
That's fine. The ayes have it.
Okay. And you're abstaining as well, Ms. Lowry?
I think so.
And would you like to state your reason for abstaining?
It's just a little confusing, and I think that we just need to look at it.
Okay, so that is 5 in favor, 2 abstaining, being Mr. Bolton and Ms. Lowry. The motion passes. Okay, next item up is 13G, discuss and take action on a resolution committing fund balance. Mr. Emmett Whitefield again.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, you do know that last year we did commit fund balance in vehicles and equipment for $750,000 and instructional improvement fund of $540,000. We did reallocate some of those funds this year, and we did purchase $1 million in buses, and we did do $1.2 million in HVAC upgrades. So again, this year, I'm bringing the defeasance to you. I mean, not defeasance, I apologize. A committed fund balance to you again, under construction and land purchases and renovations of $1.2 million. That would be the area where you would pull money from for additional HVAC renovations. And then a capital expenditures for vehicles and equipment for another $1 million, which is where we would pull the vehicles from for new transportation buses. And then the last one I put in there is other purposes, and I called it frozen levy retention fund, and that's where we're putting the $16,872,738 in, so that we know that money is committed somewhere else. We talked about this earlier in the workshop, and net of the $16,872, and then net of the 1.2 and the $1 million that we put in the committed fund balance, that'll bring us to about 24% of our operating on our unrestricted fund balance. This is all projections based on the audit, but this is what we believe, where we believe we're going to land.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Whitefield. Any questions for Mr. Whitefield? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the proposed resolution to maintain the committed fund balances as presented.
I have a motion by Ms. Alana. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Bolton. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that 7 in favor, motion passes. Next item up is 13H, discuss and take action on delegating authority to the superintendent to obligate the school district under Chapter 49. Mr. Emmett Whitefield, you are the star of the show tonight.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the agreement for purchase of attendance credit. This is your recapture payment, and this is one of the accepted ways that the voters of this district approve for us to pay back recapture to the state of Texas and TEA. The delegation of authority is for allowing Dr. Morosky to actually upload your decision into TEA, and it's required by TEA for her to be able to do this for you. You are making the decision for the agreement of the purchase of attendance credit, and that is what you will sign tonight. So when she uploads it into the TEA TEAL, she will actually put your signatures actually electronically in there. So this is just giving her the authority to do so for you. There is specific language, and it is highlighted, and I apologize, it's on 2 different pages, but that specific language has to be word for word, and I have to upload those minutes to TEA for it to be accepted.
Okay. Do I have any questions for Mr. Whitefield? Okay, do I have a motion?
Madam President, for the 25-26 school year, we delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code, TEC, subsection 111511C4, to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC, subsection 48257, and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education authorized under TEC subsection 49006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit.
So moved.
So I have a motion by Mr. Wimberly, a second by Mr. Bolton. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that 7-0 in favor, motion passes. Okay, next action item is to discuss and take action on the technology purchases for 2025-2026 school year, and we have Brent Wilson, our Director of Technology.
So, good afternoon, Board. Board policy, CH local requires board approval on purchases in excess of $50,000. Before you is a list of items that will be purchased in the school year 25-26 in excess of $100,000. The recommendation of the technology department is to approve as presented, and I should answer any questions should you need it.
Okay. Do I have any questions for Mr. Brent Wilson? Hey, do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve all the purchases as presented.
I have a motion.
Do we have to move?
I second.
Yeah, it says this is under action.
Okay, then we have to.
Because it's
approve all
over a
these
certain amount of
purchases
money.
Over $100,000, yes, as presented.
I second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Alana to accept as presented. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by Mr. Bolton. Any further discussion?
In third. And fourth.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor, 0 against. The motion passes. Okay, moving on to reports. School, well, we moved out to the beginning.
Thank you,
Our
Wilson.
strategic plan, priority 1, student achievement. Ms. Stacy Brown.
And I just want to make one update since we're talking about data. It was stated earlier in the meeting that we were below average in our ACT and our SAT, so I'll just pull the information that's from Texas Education Agency. So our high school average ACT score is 21, the state average is 19.3, and the national average is 19.5, so we are well above that average of both state and national in the ACT. The SAT, our average score is 1047, 1047. The state average is 978, and the national average is 1028. We are above both the national and the state in both of those scores. So I just want to make sure that was clear. Now you can talk about our strategic plan update.
I was going to introduce myself. I'm not Emmett Whitefield. Good to see everyone. Good to see you. I know everybody stayed for this because, we like to talk about data from Sunday to Saturday. So here we go. We're going to talk a little bit about achievement and growth. First, I want to let you guys know that on August 13th, the state of Texas did release the final A through F accountability. And for the 23-24 and 24-25 school year, in conjunction with really our priority one from our strategic plan, I'm presenting the achievement and growth data over the last 3 school years. This gives us a baseline. We wanted to make sure that we had full transparency, and so we're going to give that to you. I will tell you that the growth data has only been tracked for the last 2 years in this capacity, so we have 3 years of achievement, 2 years of growth. Everybody with me? I knew that you would be. All right, here we go. So this data is for all students that take all forms of STAR. So you have STAR, STAR Alt, and STAR Spanish. First one is our student achievement data. This is reading language arts achievement, and this data, like we said, is representing all students that pass the STAR reading test. Achievement is based upon a standard, a common standard across the state. Growth is different, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. Some of the high points that I'd like to mention is that although the graph does not include state and regional levels, the GISD scores for 2025 were at or above the region, and all were above the state. So again, for reading language arts, we have the data from 23, 24, and 25.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Guys, let's go. For mathematics, again, all GISD scores for the 2025 school year were at or above the region and above the state, with the exception of 8th grade. Keeping in mind, and I know, Board, you're very familiar with the adoption that we just made for Bluebont, which we're currently implementing. The math adoption was 10 years old in 2024. And it lacked the rigor needed for STAR. We knew this. We tried to implement some quick fixes before we could get to the adoption process, but now we are in the adoption process and we're promoting that alignment from kinder all the way through Algebra 1. And just a quick brag on our teachers, Bluebonnet is currently being implemented, and although the curriculum is a very different process, our teachers and our campuses have committed to the process and have already put forth an enormous effort to make sure our students are getting the very, very best. All right, next one is science. Here's our science data. Science is tested at the 5th and 8th grade, as well as for biology, which is taken at the 9th grade level. As a district, we implemented new science TEKS and a newly adopted science curriculum K through 12 in 24 and 25. Both 5th and 8th increased over last year's scores. Biology dropped a whopping 2 points, which really is not that big of a deal, specifically, and they were at an 89 as opposed to the state, which was at a 91. But they have historically been at 94. So, moving on to social studies. This data represents social studies for 8th grade and U.S. history. Both also performed above the state and the region. Just to kind of highlight our achievement, our districts and our campuses have all set target areas for increasing our overall achievement with a focus on ensuring, again, that alignment of that written, taught, and tested curriculum, which is part of our priority one for our strategic plan. All right, questions so far on just achievement?
You're killing it.
All right, here we go. All right, we're moving on to growth. All right, academic growth, specifically in STAR, is measured from year to year. So it may not include passing, but it includes making gains from a previous year. So what you see specifically is you have 2 years of growth data beginning at grade 4. Achievement was beginning at grade 3, but there is no STAR test before grade 3, therefore we start the growth data at grade 4. It goes into multiple categories, but the categories that you see on the graph up here are represented of expected growth, which is a year, and then you have accelerated, which is more than a year. It could be 18 months, it could be 2 years, but it lets you know, here's where we are for expected growth, here's where we are for accelerated growth.
Wait, wouldn't accelerated growth be less than a year, not more than?
Accelerated growth is actually more than a year. Did I say less? You have expected is a year, accelerated is more than a year. Like hitting the gas, accelerated.
Meaning they grew more than that amount?
They grew more than a year,
Oh,
yes.
thank you.
Yes.
They grew more than a year's worth
Yes.
of curriculum.
Yes. Yes.
Not that it took
Yes.
18 months to get that year.
No,
That's
no,
correct.
you are correct,
Yeah,
I'm
thank
sorry. That must
figured
confused you, I didn't mean to. Well, and it's a lot of information, and so it's up, down, but it's really not up, down.
Well, and I think you answered this too. We're really talking about a class, right? So you take the class that was in the 3rd grade and they moved to the 4th grade, and we're talking about their growth over that period.
Correct. The
Not
growth
4th
over the
grade
year.
now versus 4th grade next year, because that's a different class.
No, this is grade to grade,
Yeah,
3rd to
thank
4th, 4th to 5th, 5th to 6th,
Yeah.
especially, and we calculate growth that is only reading, language, arts, and math.
Thank you. And you only go back 1 year. It's not like we're seeing 4th grade and now those are 8th graders. We're seeing 4th to 5th, 1 year at a time.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
On this specific slide. However, you can go back on
I'm
achievement
sure you
and
got it.
see
Thank you.
if where they were in 5th grade in 2025, they were in 4th and then 3rd. So you can do that as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting
How are we
the
doing on
look.
that one?
Okay. All right. So,
She's really saying that to me.
We're
She's
good.
just looking at you.
no.
She's looking at you, but it's really meant for me.
Okay. So this specific graph is reading, language, arts. And then if you go to math, the math expected and accelerated growth. Also, it's important to remember that not all students are listed on the achievement data because some haven't taken the STAR before and after. So it's different numbers, different kids, et cetera, et cetera. Both reading and math, I'm sorry.
By and large, it's the same kid.
By and large, it is the same
But
kids,
there's
but
some
we have
give
to
and
pull
take,
out those
yeah.
that don't have what we call a growth measure.
Yep, thank you.
Both reading and math growth shows that we are growing and in some cases extending beyond a minimum target. All right, the last one, this one shows overall GISD is making progress. As a district, we will continue to have high expectations and focus in on our target areas. These scores reflect that when challenges come our way, Granbury moves forward. We regroup, we work together, and we keep raising the bar. We had 5 campuses that moved letter grades this year, up letter grades this year. That's significant. Any questions? No, thanks so much. Okay, bye.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate everything you do.
And now, Emmett Whitefield.
Well, no, not quite. We got one more. Okay, moving on to item 14C, Support Services Report. Brian Johnson, Director of Support Services.
Thank you, Stacy.
But Emmett Whitefield does get to close us out.
All right, good evening, Madam President, Dr. Morosky, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present this evening. Just want to take you through the last 3 years, September 1st, 22 to present, where we're at. As we go, we've got lots of pictures of our staff, and we'll go through those along the way. If you have any questions, please ask, and I will get those answered for you. So first, we want to thank the board for bringing custodial back in-house and for recognizing that need, and then also giving me the opportunity to lead this team. And then also, just want a big thank you to our campuses, our staff, or the campus staff, excuse me, for taking our teams in and really making them feel like part of the campus team. That's been very huge for our teams, and just very grateful for that. So as we know, in-house, custodial services started September 1st of 22 after being outsourced for approximately 8 years. Our staff, what we present to them, they're not just custodians, but they're healthcare providers, and we are in it for the well-being of our staff and our students and staff. Our mission is to provide exceptional customer service that promotes clean, safe, and healthy learning environments for our students. With integrity, attention to detail, a commitment to excellence, we support the well-being of every individual who enters our facilities, ensuring the spaces we maintain are not only clean, but welcoming and respected. So there on the left, that is Miss Rennell. She takes care of our day at the maintenance and transportation area. And then we have Angelica to the right of that. She takes care of our evening, STARS BTC, and also our maintenance transportation area. In the middle, that is our day crew from the high school. We ran, during the summer, we ran two crews, a morning and an evening. So that's the day crew. To the right of that, we have our AM and our PM leads, district leads, Chastity and Randy. And then to the right, we have our AM leads, Dr. Morowski, and our amazing secretary, Ms. Rhonda Guerra. So our in-house main objectives was to provide improved customer service, develop solid processes for each task, accountability with our teams. We wanted to drive the details of the business every single day. Okay. Staffing was a big issue, an opportunity. We wanted to ensure the campuses were staffed every day. As we know, when we started, when we brought this back in-house back in September of 1st of 22, our people that we brought on prior to that with the previous companies, they were making anywhere from $9 to $10 an hour. We immediately, with your support, we appreciate that, give them a pay bump, and to our most current wage, a little over $17. So that's huge. If you think about where we started, for $9 to $10 an hour to support a household, that was pretty tough back then. So thank you for that and your support. And then we also our recognition, just appreciating our folks for a job well done and recognizing that. Transparency and clarity with our teams to promote a healthy culture. And then one that I don't have on there is safety. Safety is very big with us. We, across the district, each team, we have monthly safety topics, and they go through those, and we just really want to just drive safety in our campuses. Since day one, our staff has been working diligently to ensure our students and staff have a clean and healthy learning and working environment each day. We are very thankful for every team member and extremely proud of their accomplishments. And on this slide here, that left one, that's our Bacchus team, and in the center there, our team from Mambrino. And to the right, that's our GMS team, our staff members. Support services staffing, so what that looks like for us, we have 72 total staff members, 63 full-time and 9 part-timers. And then as of right around 2023 is when we actually were able to start a substitute position, where if we had an absence, we could pull from that sub list, and that has been very instrumental in helping to ensure our campuses are staffed daily and to try to minimize any misses. Department structure, again, we have our amazing secretary, Rhonda. We have 2 district leads, an AM and a PM that support the campuses. We have 1 lead at every campus, 2 at the high school because of its size and square footage, an AM and a PM. We have our custodial teams, and then we have our subs. So our total total district square footage is over 1.5 million square feet. But as far as what we touch every day on an 8-hour basis is just under 1.4 million square feet. So pretty tall order for our folks. Each custodian is responsible at each FTE is up to 24,000 square feet. Our high school is running a little bit more than that, but proud of them for what they're doing with that extra square footage. We run 4 shifts, 6:30 to 3. That consists of 14 staff members, and they're Main responsibility is the cafeteria for breakfast and lunch, and then also campus calls and supporting the campus and the students. Our second shift is 10 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. That's composed of 10 staff members. First half of their shift is dedicated to the support of the campus students, lunch and cleanup, and then the back half of their shift is dedicated to specific areas, classrooms, offices, restrooms, whatever that may be. Then we have our 3 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. shift. That's comprised of 32 staff members, and then our high school, which is 16 staff members, and they work to 5 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. So what does this look like? 58 staff are dedicated to approximately 1.3 million square feet in an 8-hour period. That's on the back half of the shift, and that's what they touch in an 8-hour period. So again, a pretty tall order. Extremely proud of our teams, where they started and where we are today. And then that's also after like 9,200 people persons have been in and out of our building. That doesn't take into consideration athletic events, visiting athletes, parents, band choir, all these extra bodies. So again, very proud of our staff. This picture here, bottom left, is our Bronner team. To the right there, in the middle, is our AES team, and then our AMS team to the far right there. So our budget, you can see our budget's $219,350 a year. We are very, very cautious as to what we spend and take a lot into consideration. We have six of our big categories listed here. Our first one, we put here as number one is because our first year we spent $36,000 in just chemicals alone. We recognized a need to look at cost, where we could save, and we were able to do that. So we made a change our second year, and you can see that this year we spent only a little over $13,000. So we came in at our proposed or our guesstimate as to what that reduction would be, and super proud of that. So then we have our soap. We spent $21,000. You can see year one to our second year or third year, we made a soap change. The beginning of last year, there's been some fluctuation there for some reasons. But we're going to continue to monitor that, and we'll always look for ways to save without compromising quality or effectiveness and whatever that product is. Plastic is another big category. You can see, again, we spent a little over $34,000 this year. Our first, second, and third year, we just renegotiated, some price reduction in our plastics, which is our trash bags and everything. So we're looking about a 14% reduction for this year, and then we're also still looking at some other options to see if there's anything else better out there. Paper is a big category for us. We spent $39,000 this year. You can see our costs from our first or second or third year. We did last year, our second year, we saw a little bit of an increase with our paper. And then they just passed on a little bit of increase, about a 4% increase on one of our paper products. And again, we're continuing to monitor all of those costs as we go to see where we can save, again, without compromising quality or effectiveness. So bottom left, that's our team at the Emma campus. The middle there is our Oakwoods campus, and then to the right, we have Miss Louise from AES and Francisco from here at the admin building, and then we have the Grinch there, which was part of our Christmas party. All right, so.
Dr. Morosky in the Grinch suit.
Oh, it wasn't. Next year.
Floor refinishing, that's another big cost, not only cost, but it's just a very tedious process. So our first year, we just piggybacked off the previous company. They did a top scrub and a recoat during the Christmas break. We followed suit, and then we did the top scrub and a recoat during the summer. So you can see that was a little over $34,000. Again, we were looking for ways to save, and so we did that with our second year. Looking at some different options during our Christmas break where we could still maintain the floors and get the results that we're looking, but also save some costs there. Christmas of 2023, we started actually stripping the floors, which is actually chemical process, which is removing all of the floor finish all the way down to the bare VCT. very tedious process, a little dangerous, but we make sure our folks are safe, they're wearing their proper safety equipment. But it's a very rewarding process to see the end results, and also just driving the details, edges, corners, trying to pay special attention to dig out from previous. So, and I'll go into the picture, that top picture there. That's Jennifer from the Bacchus campus. She's on a propane stripper. We purchased 2 of those. They're the most efficient way to strip these floors versus the old swing method with the chemicals. So those are proven to be very, very valuable. And then that second picture, we stripped the Oakwoods campus. Kind of hard to tell from the picture, but that top half is had just been freshly stripped. That's down to the bare VCT, excuse me. And of course, that front side has not been yet stripped, and you can see just the yellowing, which just happens over time. Equipment was a big year for us, where we could take those savings and put them back into our bucket and get on a 3-year replacement plan, for some of our major equipment like our floor scrubbers and our burnishers. We also had the opportunity to purchase some equipment that will help our teams be more effective in what they do on a day-to-day, and then also do some things that they've never been able to do. So pretty thankful for that. So where are we headed? Continue focus on maintaining a healthy environment. We're never going to let that go. Continue to drive the processes and maintain the details daily. I mean, down to the nooks and crannies. That's even with lime scale buildup. It's very hard to manage here. We bought a piece of equipment, and they came out and tested our water. It's like 460 parts per million coming out of the side of the high school. And when you look at Fort Worth and some other areas, they're like 140. So some pretty hard water, but that's our drive, is to maintain those types of details. Continue the floor stripping program. Our goal is to strip every 5 to 7 years, and that's just really based off of the size of the school, traffic, and then some other factors we will look at as well. But number one is just getting there. Floor scrubbers, which in the past hadn't, but floor scrubbers and burnishers, they're on the floor every single day. So I'm very grateful for our teams for driving that process, just to help with the cleanliness and the overall appearance of our campuses. Last year, beginning of summer, we purchased carpet extractors, 1 for every campus. Prior to that, we only had 4. So trying to bounce 4 carpet extractors across 10, 11 campuses, including the daycare, was pretty tough. My thought is extracting is better than using the old swing and bonnet method, which is kind of spreading. I'd rather pull everything out as much as we can and use that method. So we're going to continue with that. We'll continue with our equipment replacement plan. Continued recognition for our teams, which I think is very important, and recognizing our folks, helping boost morale, and we will continue to drive that. We're going to continue to drive culture and clarity, and then obviously teaching and training is huge with our teams, with any team. So to the right there, that is our admin team, Myrna on the left, Francisco on the right. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
I appreciate, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I appreciate the way the buildings look. Every time I go in them, they look great. What is a burnisher?
So burnisher is just, it's a propane powered, it just polishes the floor. So I guess you could do it one of 2 ways. You have the old school swing, which I call swing, or side by side. You put the old pad on there and you polish the floor. These are propane powered, same process, but it goes so much quicker. You can cover so much area in less time. So each campus has one of those, and those are on the floor. And their expectation is to get to the whole campus within a week's time. So that's a pretty tall ask. But if they're taking a section, at least one section a night, then they get through and they just start that that process the following week.
Thank you. You guys do a great job.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
I saw that in action right outside Coach Moore's office when I went over there. They were doing this, stripping the floor and such.
So at the high school, this summer, that's where we put our focus as far as stripping floors. High school has some opportunities. So the teams, there, stripped over 12,000 square feet, 12,767 square feet with those two propane stripping machines in about 15 days to get it down to the bare VCT. Then it was weeks and weeks of details around edges and corners to try and get as much out as possible. So that's the stripping process. As far as a top scrub, what that looks like is either we have the floor scrubbers with a prep pad, and then that they use, and then they also have the old style swing machines they're still using to get those floors. And then yes, after that whole process and the top scrub and then the recoat, then they go back and use that burnisher to complete the process. Yes, sir.
All right, you're the right guy for the job. You're rocking that department.
Yeah, and I just want to compliment you too on the culture you've built with your team, and also we hear compliments all the time about the work that your team does, so I want to thank you for that as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I got to give it back to our teams every day because they're the ones that are on the front lines, they're in the trenches, and we could not do what we do without them, each one. So,
They are awesome. Thank you.
appreciate it, thank you.
And that is one rocking enviable beard, too.
Thank you.
All right, on to our categorical spending report. Mr. Emmett Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the categorical spend that we bring to you occasionally when we do spend between $50,000 and $100,000. As long as we use the approved purchasing method, we bring those to you as informational only. You can see this is to CDW government, and the amount is $240,663.89. That is above the $50,000 to $100,000. The explanation behind that is this is an E-rate purchase, and there will be an appeals process and a rebate that comes in next year. So the PO for this year does have to be at that $240,000 level, but it will net out to around $60,000 or $70,000. And Mr. Wilson and I are here if you have any questions about that.
I like that, and I want you to spend another minute on it, that it cost us $60,000 to get $300,000 worth of benefit.
I'm going to punt to Mr. Wilson because he can tell you this in a much more elegant way than I can.
Yeah, so based on our free and reduced lunch numbers, our socioeconomic disadvantaged population, our district is entitled to 80% reduction in cost when we use E-rate for those services. To apply for E-rate, we have to be SIPA compliant, we have to be COPPA compliant. There's all these measures that we had to put in place. But the benefit of that is we do get to, have an 80% discount in services of these natures. Our Category 1 expenditures are things like internet service, so your LAN, your WAN, your physical cables. So Category 2 services are things like switches, access points, things of that nature. They take a little bit longer process. We started this process in October. It went through bill of materials, was finally laid down in March, and then approved in late July. And then the appeals process would take us into the fiscal year next year. And this is the reason we are actually getting this categorical expense, so we can purchase these products now in this fiscal year and then get the reimbursement for next year.
Right, beautiful.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, moving on to the next one, financial statements for period ending July 31st, 2025. Mr. Emmett Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you do have the financials that include transactions between September 1st, 2024 and July 31st, 2025. Revenue collected to date equals 96.29% of the budgeted amount compared to 90.01% in 23-24. Expenditures to date represent 85.42% of the budget compared to 84.34% of the budget in 23-24. As you can see that we are pretty much right on target to where we should be for that. And then next month when I bring it to you will be the August report, and it will not be shored up for the audit yet, but it will be pretty close, and there will be some final entries that we do for August. So I can answer any questions about the financials if you have any.
Any questions?
I'll say that you brought up audit just now, and back in February, we talked about looking at other audit firms.
Next month.
All right.
That audit RFQ will be issued in September and brought to you either in October or November.
Thank you.
All right, and last but not least, take us home with our cash flow and investment report for period ending July 31st, 2025. Mr. Emmett Whitefield.
Thank you again, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the cash flow and investment report. You can see that as of July 2025, we processed $310,826.80 in interest revenue based on our investments. That does include that 16.872 that is hanging out there and collecting those interests. Last year at this time, July, we collected $275,947. So it is up from there. You can see that's the difference in those two places there. The total for the year currently is $2,664,285.95. And last year at this time, we were at $2,310,409.
All right, thank you, Mr. Emmett Whitefield. Any questions?
Can
All
I
right.
be done?
With no further business, this meeting is adjourned. It is 9:10 PM.